Guten Morgen und guten Tag zusammen. Ich begrüße Sie und euch alle im Namen von Medico International zum zweiten Tag unserer Konferenz zur Rekonstruktion der Welt. Mein Name ist Thomas Seibert und ich möchte euch jetzt in das Programm einführen, das heute und morgen vor uns liegt. Ich glaube, dass wir zwei gute und wichtige Tage vor uns haben, Tage einer weit ausgespannten, auch weit verzweigten Debatte zur Lage der Welt, die wir gemeinsam bewohnen. Tage aber auch, um die Möglichkeiten zu diskutieren, sie überhaupt erst wirklich für alle, überall bewohnbar zu machen. Vorab wende ich mich zwei Fragen zu, die sich vermutlich nicht wenige von Ihnen, von euch gestellt haben. Die erste Frage muss tatsächlich eigens gestellt und beantwortet werden. Sie fragt, wie Medico International als spendenfinanzierte Hilfsorganisation eigentlich dazu kommt, eine solche Konferenz zu veranstalten und dazu auch nicht unerhebliche Gelder bereitzustellen. Die Antwort auf diese Frage haben viele von Ihnen gestern schon bekommen mit den Auftaktveranstaltungen zu Haiti und Moria. Wir haben diese beiden Inseln und ihre Bewohnerinnen an den Anfang gestellt, um mit Ihnen und euch allen eine Erfahrung zu teilen, die wir in unserer Arbeit als Hilfsorganisation tagtäglich machen müssen. Haiti und Moria zeigen nämlich, dass unsere Welt nicht nur daran leidet, nicht allen ihren Bewohnerinnen einen Platz zum Leben zu gewähren. Auf diesen beiden Inseln kann vielmehr erfahren werden, dass unsere Welt tagtäglich immer mehr Menschen den Platz zum Leben nimmt. Auf Haiti und Moria kann auch erfahren werden, dass das nicht nur eine Frage der Armut ist, sondern dass den Menschen ihr Platz zum Leben auch mit Gewalt geraubt oder mit Gewalt vorenthalten wird. Wenn auf dem Höhepunkt der jüngeren Migrationsbewegungen im Jahr 2016 geschätzt über 5000 Menschen elendig im Mittelmeer ertrunken sind, dann war das nicht einfach die Folge von Schiffsunglücken bei widrigem Wetter. Es war die Folge einer bewusst geplanten und bewusst durchgeführten Politik. Es war die Folge von politischen Entscheidungen, die von den Verantwortlichen sehenden Auges getroffen worden sind, in vollem Wissen und Bewusstsein, dass diese Entscheidungen für Tausende von Menschen zum Todesurteil werden würden. Diese politisch bewusst gefällten Todesurteile wurden, das ist für uns vielleicht sogar das größte aller Probleme, von einem erheblichen Teil der Menschen unserer Gesellschaften ausdrücklich begrüßt und bewusst unterstützt. Diejenigen, die diese Entscheidungen getroffen und diejenigen, die sie begrüßt haben, eint die fundamentale Verachtung derer, die zum Objekt ihrer Entscheidungen wurden. Eine Missachtung ihres Menschseins und damit der Menschheit selbst. Diese Missachtung widerfährt auch den Menschen, die auf Haiti am Ende eines in Armut und Gewalt versinkenden Lebens an einer nicht mehr zu heilenden Erschöpfung sterben. Sie sterben nicht, weil Haiti natürlicherweise eine Insel des Elends wäre, sondern weil das einstmals wohlhabende Land willentlich ins Elend gestoßen wurde und jeden Tag neu ins Elend gestoßen wird, ebenfalls in der Folge bewusster Entscheidungen. Als Hilfsorganisation, die mit ihren Partnerinnen auf Haiti und Moria und an vielen anderen Orten dieser Welt tätig ist, sind wir in besonderer Weise Zeuginnen dessen, was auf dieser Welt geschieht. Unsere tagtägliche Arbeit lehrt uns aber nicht nur, wie es um das bewusst herbeigeführte, in jedem Fall aber bewusst hingenommene Elend dieser Welt bestellt ist. Auf Haiti, auf Moria und an vielen anderen Orten dieser Welt werden wir glücklicherweise auch Zeuginnen des Widerstands und der Revolten der Menschen, die auf dieser Welt bewusst im Elend gehalten und bewusst in den Tod gestoßen werden. Noch auf Haiti und noch auf Moria finden sich Menschen mit dieser Lage nicht ab, in die man sie zu sperren versucht. Sie kämpfen um ihr Leben und sie führen diesen Kampf eben nicht nur für sich, sondern sie kämpfen ihn für uns alle, für die andere Welt, die möglich ist. Diesen Menschen zu helfen, kann deshalb nicht heißen, ihnen ein immer zu dürftiges Obdach, eine immer zu geringe Speise, eine immer unzureichende Gesundheitsversorgung zu geben. Es muss heißen, ihnen im Widerstand gegen ihre elende Lage beizustehen. Es muss heißen, mit ihrem Widerstand gemeinsame Sache zu machen, gemeinsam Widerstand zu leisten. Wir sind nichts, dichtete Friedrich Hölderlin, was wir suchen, ist alles. Deshalb machen wir diese Konferenz. Wir wollen mit euch, mit Ihnen allen zusammen herausfinden, wie diese Welt beschaffen ist, warum sie so beschaffen ist und wie das anders, auch wie das vielleicht ganz anders werden kann, wie wir alle diese Welt zu einer besseren machen können. Jede von uns wird das in ihrem eigenen Namen und auf eigene Verantwortung machen müssen, um für sich selbst wie für alle anderen in dieser Welt einen Platz zu finden, der gut bewohnt werden kann. Deshalb heißt diese Konferenz Rekonstruktion der Welt. Damit bin ich bei der zweiten Frage. Der Frage nämlich, warum wir die ersten beiden Buchstaben des Wortes Rekonstruktion in Klammern gesetzt haben. Wir beantworten diese Frage in zwei Zügen. Wir haben die ersten beiden Buchstaben in Klammern gesetzt, weil die Welt noch nie so war, wie sie hätte sein sollen. Weil sie immer schon eine Welt des Elends, der Gewalt und der Missachtung war. Die Welt, die wir schaffen wollen und schaffen sollen, wird deshalb eine neue Welt, im glücklichen Fall sogar eine ganz neue Welt sein müssen. Wenn wir trotzdem, und das ist der zweite Zug, von der Rekonstruktion und nicht von der Konstruktion einer besseren Welt sprechen, dann weil die Verelendungen der Welt so tief und ihre Zerstörungen bereits so weit fortgeschritten sind, dass die neue Welt, wenn es sie denn geben wird, noch auf unabsehbar lange Zeit mit ihren erlittenen Zerstörungen wird leben müssen. Die neue Welt wird lange noch an der alten Welt zu leiden haben und sie wird das auch von sich aus tun müssen, damit nie in Vergessenheit gerät, was geschehen ist und noch heute geschieht. Damit bin ich bei den 6 Vorträgen, die wir heute und morgen hören und jeweils in zugeordneten Foren und auf einem Schlusspanel diskutieren werden. Alle diese Vorträge behandeln die Lage der Welt und alle stellen die Frage, wie diese Welt in emanzipatorischer Weise verändert werden kann. Gemeinsam ist allen Vorträgen auch, dass sie die Welt aus ihrer kapitalistischen Verfassung beschreiben. Das Elend der Welt ist das Elend des Kapitalismus. Und das Elend überwinden zu wollen, heißt, den Kapitalismus überwinden zu müssen. Auf lange Sicht natürlich. Das wird uns nicht morgen schon gelungen sein. Auf nicht zu lange Sicht allerdings, weil es sonst keine Welt mehr geben wird, die noch zum Guten befreit werden könnte. Das ist, wie man so sagt, der Ernst der Lage, in der wir uns befinden. Ich kann und will hier nicht vorwegnehmen, welche Antworten die 6 Vortragenden auf die ihnen gestellten Probleme geben. Ich kann hier nur die Probleme nennen, die in den 6 Vorträgen entfaltet und auf mögliche Lösungen hin befragt werden. Im ersten jetzt folgenden Vortrag wird Ulrike Herrmann aus Berlin die kapitalistische Welt als Welt der ökologischen Zerstörung beschreiben. Als eine Welt, die deshalb überall auf der Welt verändert werden und die deshalb besonders hier verändert werden muss, in ihrem globalen Norden. Denn im Weltmaßstab verglichen sind wir hier, trotz unseres eigenen Elends, Profiteurinnen der herrschenden Weltordnung, haben Teil an dem, was wir von Medico die imperiale Lebensweise nennen. Die Lage auf Haiti und auf Moria wird nur besser werden, wenn hier vieles, wenn nicht sogar hier alles anders wird. Wenn auch wir hier einen Kapitalismus überwinden, der gar nicht anders kann, als diese Welt tagtäglich neu an den Rand ihrer Zerstörung zu bringen und immer häufiger über diesen Rand hinaus. Im zweiten Vortrag wird Sandro Mezzadre aus Bologna die kapitalistische Globalisierung als fortdauernde Gegenwart der kolonialen Durchdringung der Welt fassen.
Realization of the continued presence of colonial presentation of the world, which started from here. He will point out that the colonization and globalization of the world has led to its total mobilization, but he will also point out that the movement from Europe into the world is not only today returning to Europe, and that our relationship with the movements of migration expresses in a condensed way the relationship which we have towards the world. In the third lecture, Rita Segato from Buenos Aires will develop that and how our capitalist presence has resulted from patriarchal dominance that has existed for millions of years and how it still dominates all generations. And she will point out the guiding sentence for medico that we need to act locally, but if it is to be successful, we always have to have the world in mind. And she will explain this to us in a way which will take us to the most distanced places, but also to the proximity to the world, to the relationship, in other words, which we are taking with each other every day. And in the fourth lecture, Akile Membe from Johannesburg will speak of a biopolitical world as its philosophical determination. That is a world in which political power follows the either or, making life or pushing into death. Mbembe will point out that the term of biopolitics today is replaced by, or needs to be replaced by, the term of a necropolitics, a politics of death, as Mbembe points out. Ultimately, it must be about the generalized instrumentalization of human existence and the material destruction of human bodies and populations. Due to the already realized degree of this destruction, a policy to overcome this biopolitics and necropolitics of worldwide liberty and equality will have to be a politics of repairing already destruction which has already happened. Susan Backmos from New York will then speak in the fifth lecture and will insist on the insight which is expressly shared by Medico, that a policy of repair will have to make world history, and thus must deliberately want world history. A politics of world history will thus be in the tradition of modern revolutions. It will have to try to find an answer to the question what revolution means today and how it can be made and who can make it in a successful case and who should make it. That a revolution like this must adopt a constitution, that it must adopt institutions, and that it must especially follow Article 28 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights will be the topic of the lecture of Thomas Gebauer from Frankfurt, who's been the managing director of Medico International, or who was managing director of Medico for a long time. This article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 28, commits all of us to the creation of, let me quote, a social and international order in which the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration can be fully realized. Let me conclude this introduction into the program of this conference by pointing your full attention to this circumstance. The statement I've just quoted does not speak of a limited, not of a partial, not of a preliminary realization of the rights which we awarded each other and which we promised each other, but it speaks of their full realization, that is, their realization for all and for each individual here and everywhere. It is patently obvious that this statement does not speak of the world as given today, but of a world that is yet to be created. How we can do this together, we will discuss this further in forums after each lecture and in a final panel, for which we have invited more speakers from all over the world, speakers who we thank just as much as those who I have named by their names. Let me also thank all those who have contributed to the making of this conference and who will make sure today and tomorrow that we can hear of and speak of the world which we want to create together. So let me say this on behalf of all our colleagues, and let me mention Julia Antonio and Andreas Schult. And I'm mentioning them because they have not just worked for their own ideas, but for the ideas of all the others for months, and they had to bear responsibility for all of this. So let us now start, and let me hand over to Florian Schwind, who will be the facilitator of the next forum with Rike Herrmann. Florian, are you here?
Okay, we'll start with lecture one on the need to no longer be allowed to grow, on the world situation of capitalism before the planetary ecological collapse. Now, we are not going to present the ecological collapse per se. Here, we're assuming that we all know about it, that we can know enough about it to not have to introduce that topic again. Today is about clarifying how we can avoid it, prevent it, get away from it. And we have Ulrike Herrmann here. Her latest book is called Germany, an Economic Fairy Tale. And she'll start talking about the need to no longer be allowed to grow. We know capitalism is capable of a lot of things, but of that it isn't. So we need something else, something that is different from what we know. It can't be capitalism. And it can't be the alternative that we're all familiar with and that has failed in the past. In the past, it's the third path, as it used to be called, but no one embarked on it really. And then we'll have a forum after Ulrike's presentation where there will be a discussion. Ulrike will speak for 30 minutes, and then we'll hear Nina Troy in the forum from the Konzeptwerk Neue Ökonomie. They also helped organize the degrowth conference, post-growth conference. And everyone who's watching and listening can also be part of our discussion. You can do that by using the function down here, F&R, and there you just click and you can enter a question or a comment and be part of this. The medico team will be reading your comments and questions, will sort them, and will then share them with us in our forum that will follow after the presentation. So you can participate online. We'll see how many people can take part directly. We do have a lot of people accessing the event, 500 at this point in time. And so you can use this FNA feature, but you can also partake directly. I'll say more about that in a moment, but for the time being, let's switch to Ulrike Herrmann. Are you there?
Ja, ich bin da.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, go ahead, you can speak. Can you hear me?
Ja, also
Right.
mal hier ein bisschen
So
besser
let
hören.
me
Ja,
let me
also
just make sure I have everything I need here. So thank you so much for allowing me to take part in this, for having invited me. I do hope that half an hour will be enough to allow me to address the need to no longer be allowed to grow. Florian has already touched on it. Of course, this is about the question of how capitalism can be reshaped, redesigned. Is that even possible? Can the growth element be taken out? First of all, we have to understand the problem at hand, though. And to be able to do that, I think you have to start by talking about capitalism in general, because a lot of people have very different views of what capitalism is all about. And together we should then be able to agree on a definition. So to achieve that, why don't I set out for you how I view the system and how I believe that it came about. So briefly, what everyone is thinking about is why climate protection happens to be so challenging. That's also the question raised by the young people in Fridays for Future events. First of all, I believe you have to understand capitalism. You have to grasp what it is at its core. The important thing about capitalism is that it was the first social system in human history that created growth. Now, prior to that, and we do not remember that, globally, there has not ever been a per capita growth, whether it was the Romans 2000 years ago or the Chinese Empire, which was quite far developed. Never has there been per capita growth. It was stagnating agricultural societies that were around at the time. Most people lived and worked in rural areas. And let me just give you one figure that illustrates just how different life is today. The average life expectation at the time was 30 to 35 years. In other words, had I been born 200 years ago, the probability, or say 250 years ago, the probability of me having reached the age of 57 and being able to speak to you would have been none. So you have to understand that capitalism is a miracle in a way, in that it creates permanent growth. What may also be important to be aware of is how long this system has been around. Modern capitalism came about in about 1760 in England. That's what you read in the school textbooks. That's when industrialization started. And it started with textile manufacturers who suddenly came up with looms and mechanization of their systems. Labor is replaced by machines, originally using water power and then steam generated power. And the question that all researchers, economic researchers, are still pondering is, why was it England? Why was it 1760? And the best explanation they've come up with so far, and I'll just go through this very briefly, was that in the 18th century, salaries in England happened to be the highest in the world. Real wages were twice as high than they were on the European continent. Now, why that was the case, I won't explain, but the crucial part is because human labor was so expensive, the British were no longer competitive. And in a world where everybody lives in a rural area and where there is no industry around, the only thing that you were able to export at the time was textiles. And these textiles were no longer competitive. Fabric wasn't competitive anymore because human labor was so expensive in England. And at that point in time, for the first time, it became worthwhile to turn to machines, because clearly machines also have a cost. They're expensive, they're not cheap, but machines will only be worthwhile and pay off if they're not more expensive than human labor itself. And at this point, that is, at the moment where for the first time machines are being used, where equipment is being used, an individual laborer can create more output, and that brings growth into the world. And what we can learn from this story, and that is the reason why I'm sharing this in such detail, is that no one really planned for capitalism. Capitalism came about by way of a coincidence because salaries happened to be high in England and because a number of fabric manufacturers wanted to run a profitable operation once again. But it was due to this use of equipment and technology that growth came about. And there you see a very close link, which is both central and fatal. Capitalism equals growth. Growth is the use of technology. Technology means the use of fossil fuels. Otherwise, the technology wouldn't be up and running. Equipment couldn't be used. And unfortunately, fossil fuels result in the emission of greenhouse gases. So to just summarize that once again, capital in capitalism consists in the form of equipment, and at the heart of capitalism, you have the very investments in this technology, in this equipment. And these investments are not just snatched from thin air. They are driven by the fact that salaries are high. It is high salaries that drive capitalism rather than low salaries and wages. Now, what you may have gleaned from everything that I've said so far is that clearly I'm not a critic of capitalism. I'm just enthusiastic about this system because, as I said, it's the first system in human history that has brought about prosperity. We're 20 times as rich than our ancestors in the 18th century were. So there you have it, capitalism in a nutshell. However, and this will not be news to you, there is a glitch. There is a problem here. It's a wonderful system. However, it's doomed to fail. For in a finite world, you cannot have infinite growth. That's not possible. There are clear limits, two clear limits that everyone is aware of. There is a limit of an environmental nature, and there's a limit in terms of resources. And these limits have long been reached. Currently, at this point in time in Europe, we're using up 3 planets worth. All we have is a single Earth, though. So the question that everyone is pondering currently is, now what? And so you have this really nice system, a nifty system that helped free industrialized nations from poverty, but it in no way can be allowed to continue. So there are a number of ways, ideas that people have come up with that are being discussed, and I can't go into all of them, unfortunately, in my 30 minutes. And of course, I can invite you to ask questions afterwards, but let me touch on a number. The first idea, which you'll be aware of, is to just forego the growth such that you reduce your own level of consumption. Now, for Germans at least, that wouldn't be a problem. There's a very good study by the German Federal Office for the Environment, which is very intelligent and consists of 2 parts. In part 1, people were asked, this was a representative survey of households, how many objects they own, and every single fork had to be counted. And it turned out that on average, people own about 10,000 objects. The second part of the study, that's the intelligent part, was that people were asked just how many of these objects, in fact, they happen to be touching regularly. And it turned out that it was only 5,000 of these objects that they actually put their hands on. So half of the entire household was filed away in whatever cupboards, attics, basements. Everyone will be aware that in their own household, they have things that they never even look at. So, but if that is true, that in fact, you don't even need 50% of the objects you own, then you could just say, well, let's just reduce our consumption to 50%, to half of things. But that's a complete misunderstanding of how capitalism works. For cynically enough, what we have now is a situation in the West is that we don't consume in order to satisfy our needs. We consume in order to stabilize the system. Or to put it the other way around, capitalism would instantly collapse if we, as the consumers, were to go on strike and switch off growth. And the fact that this is the case, that apparently it's of crucial importance to stabilize incomes and to see to it that income is being spent is something that we're seeing illustrated very clearly as part of the COVID pandemic. It's an involuntary crisis, involuntarily foregoing to consume things. And it hasn't even taken 2 weeks for the German government to intervene in order to prevent the entire system from collapsing. 400 billion euro so far have been injected by the German government into the economy, but the 1.4 billion euro are now, or trillion euro are expected or possible, because everybody knows just how dangerous it would be if the economy were to collapse from one day to the next. So picture if you were to forego consumption, less consumption means fewer jobs. That in turn means less consumption, because those who are unemployed can no longer indulge in consumption. And all of a sudden, you can't even see it happen as quickly as it would happen. You'd be in a spiral that would be bottomless. A chaotic shrinkage would ensue. So that's what you have to be aware of. Capitalism is not something that is static. It's not a solid state. Indeed, it is remarkable. Capitalism is something that is either growing or shrinking. It's a dynamic system. Or to put it the other way around, there is no such thing as income that can simply be distributed. Income is something that is being formed as part of the process of capitalist production. And as soon as you interfere with that production process, for instance, by means of consumers going on strike or something else, such as the COVID pandemic, this interferes. And we're all sort of caught in this hamster wheel. Plus, there's history to think about. Hitler can be mentioned. It's really risky when there's an economic crisis, when there's unemployment that's rising, because then people lose their outlook, they're afraid, frightened, they panic. And if the crisis doesn't go away very quickly, you'll see right-wing radicalists crop up and dictators. So if you want to get away from capitalism, what you have to do is you have to find a way of not producing a severe economic crisis, because that would put an end to democracy without you having done anything to benefit the environment. And because it is so hard to leave growth behind, the second idea is also very popular, that also everyone is familiar with. Let's go for green growth then. Now, this is the idea that somehow green growth is what you'd like to have. That's something that the political parties are pursuing now. Not only the Green Party, central right parties too are pursuing that idea. And the idea at its core really is, as you know, everything will stay as it was, but you'll be driving an electric car rather than a car with a combustion engine that requires diesel or fuel. But everything else would pretty much stay as it was, and things would continue as you're used to them. Now, wouldn't that be a dream? I would love it if, in fact, there could be such a thing as green growth. But from my point of view, that is an illusion that will never, ever become reality. For the problem with green growth, of course, is that somehow you'd have to manage to make it happen, that the fossil fuels that currently are powering capitalism would be turned into green energy. However, taking a closer look at it, you realize that the only thing that can be produced in an ecological fashion is electricity, either wind power or solar energy. Anything else will be fossil fuels. And then you find that if eco-electricity, green electricity is what you need, then you will find that it will always remain a scarce resource. Now, that may seem remarkable at first, that eco-energy is supposedly sparse, because after all, the sun is shining consistently and continuously. And it's true, the sun is sending incredible amounts of energy towards the earth.
Ungefähr 10.000. The sun produces about 10,000 times as much energy as all people on the earth would need in order to live as we live in the West. So what we do not have is a lack of physical energy. The problem is, and everybody's aware of that, this kind of energy needs to be captured, solar panels or wind installations. And that is where it becomes tricky. One's got to be aware, and often this is left out or buried in the statistics. If you want a climate neutral economy and industry, then all industries, and I mean all of them, would have to be changed over to eco power. So not just electricity, it's not just abandoning fossil fuels and energies to green energy, but it would have to be the entire transport, heating, energy system. All of that would have to be eco-powered. And that's a challenge that is illustrated by the fact that wind energy at the moment makes up about 5.4% of overall energy consumption in Germany. And solar is even less. So more than 90% of our economy and industry would still have to be switched over to ecological electricity and power. And that illustrates what kind of challenge it is. And the challenge mostly lies in the fact, and that's again something everybody is aware of, that the wind is not there all the time and the sun doesn't shine all the time. So one necessarily will have to store eco energy so that it is available when needed. At the moment, and this is what distorts perception of eco power, we are generating and storing wind and sun under optimum conditions. Firstly, we only replace fossil powered energy by ecologically generated energy. So it's still the same type of energy. And then there's priority to eco power. So when there is wind, it gets fed into the grid. If the sun shines, it gets fed into the grid. But if there is no wind at the moment, then fossil energy takes over. That is no longer possible if you want to be truly climate neutral. And if you change over all industries to be powered by eco power, then you've got to store it. And that is difficult. One option is batteries. The other option is to use hydrogen as an interim storage facility. But you're probably aware of that too. The hydrogen technology we would need for that in order to capture and store and make available eco power around the clock hasn't even been developed yet. In our COVID package, there's 7 billion provided by the national government for hydrogen research. That's right, and I don't want to criticize that. But that goes to show that when we talk hydrogen, we're still at the very beginning. And even if we had the hydrogen technology, all of that is very difficult indeed and also requires a lot of energy input. So what I am not trying to say at all, you can probably imagine that, is that we don't need to do climate protection. That is absolutely necessary and indispensable. We can't continue to heat up the earth. But one's got to be aware, with everything we know, eco power will remain a scarce resource. So once we realize that energy is a scarce resource and limited, then the only consequence can be that the economy has got to shrink, not grow. There's no green growth, there's got to be green shrinking. And to also do away with another common misunderstanding. This is not the return to the Stone Age. That's often a fear people then voice. They hear, oh, no growth but shrinking, then the next day it's back to the cave. No, it's not the end of civilization or return to Stone Age, which can also be explained by our living conditions. I mean, I don't know, I can't see you right now, but I don't know how many of you were around in 1975. But those who were there will remember in 1975, we also had a good standard of living. It was pretty much like now, except that there weren't strawberries in winter and one wouldn't go on a 2-day trip to Majorca. But if you went at all, you took a 3-week car trip to Italy, which is probably better. And obviously there weren't any smartphones. But actually, and everybody who was alive back then in 1975 were just as happy as today. So the state of happiness and of satisfaction hasn't changed at all. However, by now, the German industry and economy produces 150% more than in 1975. So economic output has doubled, happiness has remained equal. So that goes to illustrate that economic growth doesn't mean more satisfaction. Reversely, one could say we could easily produce less and still be happy. So that's not really the point then. Then one's got to think, okay, looking at eco-energy, what is it likely to be sufficient for and what not? And one can be pretty certain that a climate neutral industry rules out flying in whichever way. Domestic flights, certainly, but also intercontinental flights. That's not to be. That's a thought everybody would need to get used to by and by. Also, eco-energy will also not be sufficient to power privately owned cars, also not electric vehicles, because the electronic vehicle or electric vehicle is not harmless. It uses up a lot of resources and a lot of energy. Now, obviously, at airports, there are jobs. People work at airports, people work in the automotive industry in Germany, a total of 1.75 million in total, directly and indirectly. And then going on to think what else would become superfluous in a shrinking world, in a shrinking economy. What one wouldn't need at all anymore would be banks. Maybe the small savings banks, but the large banking business giving out loans in order to finance growth, that would be obsolete if you actually shrink. Also insurances, life insurances particularly, have no place in the world anymore because life insurances also are built on the growth principle. You pay in your premiums and at the end you get out more than you paid in. That too won't work in a shrinking world. You don't need PR agencies anymore, trade show logistics and the whole lot. So you can see a shrinking economy is an entirely different story from what we have today. And millions of people would need a new job. So a shrinking eco-economy, however, would not be the end of work because new jobs would be created. For example, in ecological farming, which is a lot more labor intensive than industrialized farming, or also in the forests, because that's easy to foresee. Climate change, as we have it already, as we can no longer stop it, the German forest in its current form will not survive. And then one's got to think of what to do then. And again, that will require a lot of people, a lot of manual labor. So it's not the point that there will be no more work. There will be a lot of work around, but we will no longer have the same income as we have today because obviously in a shrinking economy, you can't consume as much as today. As I said, it's not a return to the Stone Age, but it's shrinking. And that brings up another central problem, though, to illustrate it a bit more. Over here, that's the dynamically growing capitalism, and the objective is a cyclic economy where you only consume what you can recycle and where you only produce what you actually can produce with climate neutral energy. But what's lacking in the discussion so far, and entirely lacking, is the process to get there, the bridge, the transformation. So how to organize this kind of shrinking, how to get out of dynamic capitalism towards this recycling or cyclic economy without there being a massive economic crisis on the way, which would only have the effect of some right-wing dictator coming to power. I mean, we've been there. So that's a largely unsolved problem. However, there is one model in history from which you can see how a capitalist economy was shrunk. And I'm explicitly saying it is just an analogy. I'm not here to say that this is the way we ought to do it 100% identical, but just to, as some food for thought maybe, how government-oriented shrinking could look like. And this model for shrinking is the British war economy, of all things, starting in 1939. Back then, the problem was that the British hadn't seen World War II coming. They believed, and we all know that from our history books, that Hitler could be contained in some way with the famous appeasement policy. One would have given him Austria, one would have given him the some parts in the east, and that it all didn't work out. The Brits only realized in March 1939, when Hitler was invading Prague. They hadn't seen that coming. The idea was to end up with some kind of Czechoslovak rump state. And then he was in Prague, and everybody realized, okay, this is the beginning of the Second World War, which indeed broke out in 1939 with Hitler's invasion of Poland. Now, the problem to the British was not only that this was the beginning of a new world war, but also strategically it was clear that Hitler could only win this Second World War if he was to conquer Great Britain. The British were aware of that, and Hitler was aware of that. That's what he told his generals, from which you can see, but that is just an aside, that Hitler had already strategically planned and lost the Second World War in summer 1940, when he did not succeed in conquering Britain. All the remainder was murder and suicide. But okay, that was an aside. The British knew, right, Hitler is attacking us and we haven't prepared. And now, in a very short period of time, they had to reduce their peace economy, and this is my analogy now, in order to free capacities for unnecessary products such as tanks and submarines, which you don't need at all in normal life. And in a way, that was something that had to happen over weeks. And during that period, the British invented two things which I believe would be helpful up until today and also looking ahead into the future. One is they invented these statistical methods to even measure what is produced in a national economy. Nobody was aware of that before. So back then, that is when the principles of national economics were created that we still use today. And second thing, the British came up with a kind of private planned economy. It was something entirely different from what happened at the same time under Stalin in the Soviet Union. Everybody knows what happened there. Soviet-style socialist planned economy. Everything being nationalized and everything planned through until the last bolt and screw. That's not what happened in Great Britain. Nothing was nationalized there. Shops, restaurants, companies remained privately owned, but the state dictated what was to be produced in this economy, and it was also in charge of distribution. Rationing is the word here. So the British in the Second World War didn't starve, they weren't suffering from hunger, but it was rationed. And the objective was for things to be fair. Everybody was to get the same. And that, by the way, was quite popular in Great Britain, which is why rationing actually was kept in place until 1954. In Germany, they were always thinking, oh, the poor British, they must have been so hungry and starving that they had rationing until 1954. No, that wasn't the case. But rather, it was discovered and appreciated as an instrument of ensuring fairness when goods become scarce. Things such as sugar, milk, meat, and so on were rationed. And this kind of private planned economy with rationing is what I believe we will also have a need in the future. The only question is whether we decide to do so early on to stop or to slow down climate change, or whether we'll be forced to do it once climate change has progressed so far that we will have to do it. And I'm coming to the end now, my final word on this. This might still sound extremely abstract. Okay, the national government is to ration and to plan, but I think we will quite automatically enter into such a kind of system, given the coercions and restrictions due to climate change. The first thing in this context will be water. Right now, Germany, or say Germany generally, will not become a desert because of climate change, but rain will become less, generally speaking, and it won't rain as regularly as in the past. So much more frequently, we'll be seeing what we saw in summer 2018. For months, no rain at all, and then that is where distribution conflicts arise. Question being of who will get the water, the households, the industry, or agriculture and farming. And then everybody, we know that, are immediately knocking at the door of the government saying, now you government have to regulate who receives what kind of and how much water. And that immediately is rationing. I mean, absolutely immediately you then come up with a new regime. And this kind of government management will then continuously increase. And that, I believe, is the one thing we can learn and take along from the COVID crisis as an experience to be translated into climate protection. We're all realizing now how strong the government is, how ready and willing to act, and how intensely national government and industry and economy can work together. And that, to me, would be the model for the future. And with that, I'm done and look forward to the discussion. But first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak here. Thank you, Ulrike. Everybody was listening intensely. We've got 900 listeners by now, more than 900. So let me point out, we can't read in the chat what's going on. And those who want to contribute to the discussion directly, please press F and A on the bottom of your screen, click there and enter your questions there. And we'll try to collect them here and make them part of the discussion.
There's a direct response from Nina Troy from Konzeptwerk Neue Ökonomie based in Leipzig, where the post-growth conference, which was called something else, as I said, took place, or where it stopped. It's something that is recurring globally. So, Nina, maybe you could explain what it is that you do before you then talk about concepts of new and other economies. Nina.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for your introduction and for your invitation. And Ulrike, thank you very much for this exciting presentation. I took the liberty of having a look at the chat function again and again, which was exploding really. And I'll respond to some of these things because I've thought about them. One thing about this new economy, we are trying to find concepts for a new social and ecological and democratic economy. We're working together with social movements, trying to build a bridgehead between what science tells us and the practice of social movements. And we organized this big congress and are working on things now like post-growth and degrowth, not only under this name. We also use the expression future for all. I agree with Ulrike on many points. One important thing I don't agree with is I'm not a fan of capitalism. In fact, I'm a critic of capitalism, and I think 80% of our listeners will be that. But I think we need to make a change, and the question is how to get there. My first point is the situation is often read as a ecological analysis, but we've learned if we want to overcome post-colonial conditions and want sovereign development and self-determined lives everywhere in the world, then we need to overcome capitalism and to overcome the global governing conditions. So one discourse is degrowth, an international discourse which comes very much from the post-colonial discourse. And it was said the roots of wealth in the global north are in the exploitation of the global south. This was pointed out in the chat very much. Why was there this wealth in England? Why did they have this textile production? Well, because of exploitation and slavery in the south. I don't know whether it is so, but the current situation which we have and the roots of modern capitalism are based on exploitation, not just of nature, but also of people, especially in the global south. So the basic objective of degrowth is not just stopping climate change, but creating good living conditions worldwide. And as Ulrike pointed out, this green shrinkage also means equalizing living conditions worldwide. It would mean fair trading conditions, would mean creating space of powerful economic development in the global south. And the situation that we are in now means there must be an unequal division of labor. There must be some countries that supply cheap raw materials with very cheap labor, And these raw materials are then used in the south, in the north, at very good prices. And the development path, which is being taken in the south, that has made emerging countries from India and China, is very much based on industrial development. The same thing that happened in Europe, that is taking land, that is commons that were managed together, that were used for agriculture, are now fenced in, are privatized. The population doesn't have any land anymore to work on. It can't do farming anymore and is turned into the proletariat, which is needed for these companies to be active. And this is exactly what is happening in the global south. One example in Indochina, in China, there are many special economic zones where factories are being built and land is being taken, and the people who don't have any land anymore cannot afford any different life, need to work in these factories. So growth always brings wealth for only a few, is at very high cost. It's at the cost of self-determined and sovereign lives, lives which are still connected to the land. I don't want to romanticize this, but I mean people who used to do peasant farming are quite differently connected to the place where they're living than people working in a factory who were simply attracted to this place. So we're not just talking about climate change and the living conditions here, but we're looking at global things. So the question is, who is really aided by growth? And who would benefit from our overcoming the current economic situation? And now what's very important for us, and you've written a lot about this, Ulrike, that we need to be afraid for jobs, because those who will then descend socially will turn to the right. It's not that, or their fears will make them. So we need to bring about social peace without redistribution. So that part of the pie of those who are most exploited is very small. So as long as if the whole pie is growing, you can say you can also rise, you can fly, because flights are so cheap. And now we've reached the limits of the pie, the limits of the planet. It's not working anymore. We can't maintain social peace by maintaining this promise of constant growth. And this brings us to the conflicts which we see quite clearly. You can see it in the environmental movement. The unions say we need to maintain the industrial jobs, and the others say industrial jobs are not the future. I don't want to play off the one against the other, but we need to conduct this discussion. How did we benefit from the current system, that is we, the people in the global north, people in Germany, and what kind of jobs do we want to maintain, so to speak, and how can we? After all, there are people who have fears. How can we work together on this? And the anti-growth movement says they want exactly this social transformation. How do we get from capitalism to green shrinking? As Thomas Seibert said in his introduction, at the times of the pandemic, we are not returning to what was before. We don't want to get to what was before, but we can make use of the pandemic to get social and ecological policies started. And Eric Ollenfeit, a US sociologist, Ways Out of Capitalism is this book, and he points out three strategies. The first one is reforms, the classical symbiosis with the government. That's what social democracy does. Then there's building separate structures, making use of free spaces. This is a classical anarchist approach. And thirdly, saying we need to change things very much. There needs to be a cut and a revolution, a communist revolution. All these strategies have created their benefits, but none of them has made it. And now he says, in all parts, we must bring them together. So I'd support this. We need revolutionary, real politicians, politicians who are starting out from the present system. And how do we get to this shrinking of the pie that Ulrike pointed out? But we also need to build new structures, self-organized structures, where people can be committed, where they can do things locally. But we also need to ask, in principle, what kind of a state do we want to live in? How do we want to really redistribute power and political conditions? So examples would be radical cutting of working hours to something like 20 hours, a redistribution of work, and also redistribution of wages for the lower wage earners, redistribution by taxes, massive redistribution of what there is in order to invest it in this reconstruction, and how these sectors like the car industry, on which wealth, for example, in Germany is dependent very much, how we can change this so that not lots and lots of people are losing their jobs all of a sudden. But what has been done so far was far too slow. It needs to be done together with the workforce and with unions, and not just to do it top down. To conclude this, as Ulrike said, the government is strong and can act, but it depends on how high the pressure is. Where does this pressure come from? What kind of cooperation do we need to build in order to bring about this pressure? Question, where does this pressure come from? Let me ask you this. Who will put on this pressure? We've had this discussion, and Ulrike mentioned this discussion about agriculture. Industrialized agriculture is one driver of the climate crisis, and there's this big and huge movement which is growing, as we've just seen. There were demos, although they were just virtual, but it was big, and there was a forum, because in a virtual format, of course, you can get a lot more people into virtual space, as in our situation here. We would need a tremendous auditorium to accommodate the 1,000 people who are on the meeting at the moment, or 918 to be precise. But agriculture is going on, and it's getting worse and worse. I come from the north, and in the north, it was dry for 3 years. Our trees are dying. Agriculture is dying, but there is no change. So what to do, Ulrike or Nina? Well, Ulrike could speak. I've just spoken. Well, I think this pressure will mount simply once the damage becomes more and more visible. At some point in time, even the last will notice that climate change is really an extreme problem. So the point will rather be, as always really, that people will react too late. Not now, when you could still prevent the world from heating up by 2 more degrees. I think people will only wake up once we've reached 3 degrees. And I think it's not so clear to many. I mean, it's clear to people here on the forum, but not many have understood this. Climate change is a dynamic process. So people say, well, in the worst case, it will be 2 degrees, and we can take that risk, because we always have this discussion about 2 degrees by 2050. But that it certainly has to be stopped, or you'll get to 8 degrees or 9 degrees or whatever. This has not been understood yet. The attitude still is, in the majority of the population, this idea that in some way we can discuss with nature, saying, well, our capitalism does need growth, so unfortunately we can't protect nature, which is complete garbage, this approach. But it hasn't been understood, but this pressure will come by itself, only it will probably be too late. So if I may, I would like to return to 2 points that Nina made, with which I really disagree. And I think this is what many people on the chat function are moved by very much. The question, does capitalism as a system necessarily need exploitation? And this is not an issue. There's so much exploitation the world over and endless violence. But the question is of central importance, especially for the left. Are these political decisions, or is it an economic necessity? And from my point of view, it's all political decisions and not an economic necessity. In order to give you some examples to make this clear, then I'll tell you what I deduce from this. Nina said ultimately capitalism needs colonies. From my point of view, well, of course, many industrialized countries had colonies for some time, but from my point of view, for the economic system and economic growth in these countries, it didn't mean so much. To give you a few historical examples, the first big colonial powers in Europe were Portugal and Spain, and their colonies for both countries have meant that Portugal and Spain were impoverished and still today, 500 years later, have not been able to catch up with the northern industrialized countries, which never had colonial empires to speak of. There are other countries that still have colonies and that didn't make any progress. The best example is Russia. Russia is the biggest empire that still exists. I mean, it's not that European Russians would have lived in Vladivostok in the past. It's all been colonial conquests since the Middle Ages. And although Russia has so many raw materials, little is happening. Everybody knows the Russians are lagging behind. And China also had colonies, if you will, Tibet and the Uyghurs and so on, and it was no use to the Chinese. They've never become capitalist in the actual sense of the word until they began importing Western technology. So colonies don't take you anywhere, really. The same is true for slavery. We hadn't talked about this, but it's correct. 11 million Africans were taken to North America and South America. What's not so much mentioned is 4 million Africans at the same time in the 15th to 19th century were taken to North Africa, to the Arab countries, to the Middle East, and so on. And no capitalism emerged there. And we could go on and on with this. From slavery and colonialism, you don't get to capitalism, or it would be no puzzle why it emerged in England, of all places, and around 1760. And in fact, at exactly the same time when capitalism emerged in England, they lost their biggest colony, the US. And this is good news for the left, that capitalism does not necessarily have exploitation as its precondition, because if it was so, there wouldn't have been any opportunity for shaping things politically, because we would have had to overcome capitalism first to achieve anything. But once you understand that capitalism doesn't need exploitation, in fact, it works better as a system if there's no exploitation, then there is the freedom for shaping things politically. And especially the people on the left should know this, that this freedom exists. Well, that's good news, so to speak. In other words, high wages are good for capitalism. If you believe in this, to put it quite harshly, that exploitation is a necessity, then you are in the same position as the neoliberals, as a leftist. They're also saying again and again we need to reduce wages. And then raw materials. What Nina said is not right, I think. It's correct that the industrialized countries are trying to get the raw materials as cheaply as possible, but this is really to their own disadvantage. Look at what's happening when things are going differently. Everybody learned this in the 1970s when there were the oil price shocks. Oil was much more expensive afterwards than before. And quite seriously, this didn't damage the industrialized countries. What happened was the oil exporting countries with their new income started shopping in the West. I mean, whichever way you find it, that the Saudis bought Mercedeses like mad and helicopters and so on. But this only shows what the flows are, this idea of paying for a raw material, paying a lot of money, and then the money has disappeared in the well. It's no longer with me. That's nonsense. It flows back to be spent over here. So the effect of the expensive raw materials, and everybody can only welcome this, was that they started using oil more efficiently. And it would be like this with all raw materials. If they became more expensive, then ways would be found of using them more efficiently, and the money spent on them would come back because it could be used for consumption.
A brief answer by Nina, please, and then I'd like to ask Moritz to let us know the questions and comments that came in through the chat. Nina. Now, I do understand the need that we want to clarify things here where we have a different view on, and I understand that it's important to understand the essence of capitalism. My key message wasn't that there'll always be colonies in capitalism. My message was the way the organization of labor is organized is based on exploitation and violence in the South. Now, we can discuss whether that could be overcome in capitalism, but that's not the point. No, that wasn't my point. My point was there are very unjust labor conditions and conditions of life, and we need to see how to organize that better. And there are many people in the global South who can profit from reorganizing it. That's my point. And let me try, sorry for interjecting here, because we had a third panelist planned for this morning here. This would have been Disha from India, who represents and supports small farmers with her organization in their protest of exactly what you described, Nina. That's a major protest movement currently in India, but Disha's organization's lawyers told her to, because the organization is under a lot of political and legal pressure because of their support for small farmers, they asked her to refrain from giving public statements and just shut up internationally, so to speak, for her to not end up in prison. That is why Disha isn't here today. Now, Nina again. Yes, I mentioned this yesterday, and I think Ulrike and I are discussing in an entirely different way than we would be discussing if there was an Indian representative here representing the Global South. Now, my point was we have a large interest of overcoming these exploitation situations, and I would like to strike the bridge to other debates we're going to have today. Because with degrowth, I think it's not just about overcoming the economic situations and circumstances, it's about overcoming the current situations of power. And there's rules of power between North and South. It's a patriarchal rule often. It's a system of able-bodied versus disabled. And another thing, Ulrike, in capitalism, there doesn't have to be exploitation. Exploitation happens at the moment where there are private share owners of companies and the others can only ever go along. It's not a cooperative, a joint, a democratic organization, but it's a top-down decision. And then you can say, okay, cooperative, let's appoint somebody as a managing director, but I'd say that's where exploitation starts already. We can talk longer about the concept of what exploitation means, but that's inherent in a hierarchical capitalist structure. That would be the discussion about commons, as I mentioned earlier. And that's an important discussion that might bring us further, especially if we look at agriculture again. Also, Ulrike, what you said earlier. Obviously, an ecologization of agriculture, for example, would provide many, many more jobs if we don't do it all with these self-operating robots. May I say another word on actors of change? It's not a 10-minute speech, it's just a minute. That was the starting question, after all. And I'd say we saw the government can be strong in acting, and it's not, our green shrinking won't happen out of capitalism, and it would be the power of social movements and people who request this and take it to the streets. Ulrike said there is no party which does not advocate green growth. I'd say there are anti-capitalist parties who do not advocate green growth, but that's another different debate. But I think agriculture and farming, it's good to see that a lot of change is going on at the moment. On the one hand, there's the very strong resistance against ecological versions of state-dictated agriculture, but there's now also environmental actors and associations coming together in order to see what's their joint interests in removing these very poor working conditions of farmers. And that is a very strong power in seeing how we can get together these joint interests. That's what the discussion is really all about, and Moritz Krawinkel will now summarize for us what came in through the chat while we were chatting ourselves. Let me try. It's anything but easy. It's a heated debate in the chat and in the F&A but I think I can distinguish two lines of argument here. One is questions to do with the historic and global perspective, and the other is questions for alternatives. Maybe we can set that aside for a minute, because there's a lot of need for discussion regarding the analysis of capitalism and the roots of capitalism and the question of exploitation. That's what emerges in the chat and in the questions. Now, to pick out one as symptomatic, maybe, it's this here. Isn't it oversimplifying asking the dichotomous question of whether capitalism requires exploitation or not, or whether it might not be political actors ensuring exploitation? And couldn't we state without problems that a capitalist system of a neoliberal trend is extremely beneficial to exploitation? And under that heading, would it be a perspective that this can be reformed at all, or is that something that can't be done in any way? So that's one trend of questions where great many people look at colonialism and the historic perspective of colonialism, that they presented and asked whether not at least at the very roots, the great riches coming from the colonies, and by exploiting the people kept in slavery, whether that was not a major contributor to the first massive growth of capitalism. It sounds a bit like a question of whether capitalism can be reformed. That's how you worded it. And Ulrike Herrmann, I didn't understand you to say at the beginning that you said capitalism can be reformed. I think the heading of your presentation could be the end of capitalism rather, right? Because it would be a different system already that's being requested there. Yes, do you want me to answer? Okay. Well, those asking the questions in the chat, I can understand. The question is why, or that's what I understand it to mean, why go into history as to what was important and what wasn't? Why can't we simply take the present and look into the future? And as I said, I do understand that line of argument and of questioning. That I keep referring back to history is for three reasons. One's a personal one. I am a historian, so that always takes you back into history. Secondly, I think it is important, first of all, to clarify the term capitalism. Everybody has a slightly different notion of it. So I find it always helpful to take a step back and look at how did it come about and what really characterizes it. And thirdly, I believe I want to make very clear how strong the connection is between growth and capitalism. And that is why I believe that it needs to be overcome. And to me, the very central problem of capitalism is growth. Capitalism necessarily needs growth in order to remain stable. Other things that Nina put forward, exploitation, suppression of the global south, and so on, all of those are problems that I also see, but they could also be solved within capitalism. Question of political pressure, of course, self-empowerment, and so on and so forth. I'm not saying it's trivial, but it would work within such a system. So the actual systematic question would be degrowth or shrinking. Yes, correct. Shrinking and growth, those are the central issues when we look at climate neutral approaches. Essentially, I want to keep this lean, so to speak, because experience has shown if you want to change everything big time with a revolution at best, then the probability of failing is extremely high. Simply looking at real life politics. That's why I'm focusing on the core problem as I see it. But that, Nina, is precisely the problem that you're pointing out here. Degrowth, shrinking, really. Although we mustn't call it that, I know that. Well, I don't know. If you call it green healthy shrinking, I don't know. One reason why we often use degrowth as a term is that it's a term which can't be co-opted so easily, which the other side can't occupy so easily. Sustainability, that's what every company claims to do. So shrinking the economy, I don't think that's something which the actors of social modern market economy are easy to put forward. Although the word says something else. I mean, degrowing is not, this might be something different. And Nina, yes, degrowth is kind of a construct, a kind of strange term, but it's stronger than post-growth. But maybe I can interject something here. Because this term is so difficult as such, and that's why Ulrike was trying to explain what was behind it, we prefer to work with utopias and narratives as to where do we want to go. I think that's quite fitting too. If we want to get out of capitalism, often people aren't aware of what's the central thing they're supposed to change. Yeah, doing away with the separation between work and capital, companies to be taken over into the hands of their workforce. What about the division of labor and so on? I was at a trade union meeting yesterday where a professor said, well, we will not be able to overcome capitalism over a period of 10 years. So not as of today in 10 years, but generally within a period of 10 years. And I'm wondering, can we overcome capitalism unless it's in a very short period of time? Given the division of labor, global financial markets, and so on, I would care for Ulrike's opinion on that. Isn't it more realistic to take government planned and mandated shrinking periods given out external circumstances and push it through worldwide rather than trying to do it in Germany only? Moderator, let's not make it a bilateral discussion here, but let's also come to the second point Moritz gave us from the chat so that we can open it up to the forum participants as well. Moritz. Yes, referring to alternatives, there are three aspects which I've distilled here as interesting. One is the term of the imperial way of life. If we use that and if we consider ourselves actors as the imperial way of life in the global north, then how can we create a change in awareness to be translated into actual action? Second aspect, the question of how can degrowth or shrinking be implemented in a democratic manner, and thinking about it, planned economy being the term here, is that where we would need to go in order to be able to control it differently and still remain democratic in it? And third aspect, the question for already existing alternatives, partially in the global south, to be brought into the debate and what role such approaches could play, when we be, for example, in the analysis on the question of how it could go on. Okay, great. Then let's continue here. How can the change in awareness or attitude be brought about? I mean, we're in the COVID crisis now, as we're all aware. And we've seen how all of a sudden the state, the government can intervene and interfere, and how they can force or do economic production and be responsible for it. All of these are things which in the neoliberal past would have been considered miserable. And now in the crisis, that's really the only option, as it seems to us. So can we learn something from that, maybe? How to democratically bring about such a change? Nina, that's exactly what you're working on, isn't it? Yeah, well, I think we've stressed this a number of times. What's to be learned from it is that the government can be a strong actor if there's need for it and if there's the understanding and readiness to accept that in the population. That's always the question. To what extent is the need for the government to act recognized on the government side, and how ready is the population to accept that? And also, as Ulrike said, the population is always lagging behind, so to speak, and that's an important starting point. For about 10 years, I feel I've been talking on post-growth, and I think there's been a shift. The questions are now different. People are better informed. There's more feedback, and it's being discussed in different forums as well. I mean, it's not as if it had arrived in the mainstream, say, but there's more awareness. And there's a large majority that at least questions and criticizes capitalism and doesn't see it as the system for the future. And that quickly brings us to the question of what have we got to lose, and how can we take our industrial, highly work-divided society to make sure we don't lose too much. And That's where the government needs to go into discussion with the people who are affected by it. It's not the manager to push this through, but it's rather talking about the workforce, say, of the large-scale corporation, and finding solutions of where do we want to go, and also see what do we have to gain when overcoming this imperial way of life. I mentioned shortening labor times or working times. One limit of growth is not just the ecological component, but also the time factor. All our days have 24 hours only. If there's ever more information, ever more channels on which we document, sometimes we won't cope intellectually. So people stand a lot to gain if they are simply given more time. So time wealth, if you want. You could do that by shortening working times and rebuilding the industrialized society. That was a long way of answering the question. I'll address the second part later. Ulrike. Okay, let me give or answer the three questions that were mentioned here. Shrinking in a democratic way, how can that work? And that is why I so much like the British war economy as an interesting example, because the British, as we all know, have been democratic all the time. It wasn't a war dictatorship, after all. So strong government intervention can be done in a democratic way. And that takes us to the second question, the imperial way of life. Climate change obviously is something else than Hitler knocking at your door. Well, it depends on how you see it. If you see it as a catastrophe, yes, but that's the argument I'm often confronted with. Hitler was a person which was a visible, tangible danger, and of course it's a massive difference. The British were convinced that they'd win the Second World War, and they were right after all. So the perspective was, okay, let's do this for 5 years and then we'll continue growth and everything will be like before. And the real fundamental difference, one's got to grant that and it can't be denied, is that in the long run and probably forever, one would then have to bid farewell to the growth concepts as we had them. Climate change poses entirely different challenges. Now, the question, it can work in democratic terms if everybody's convinced of that there is a catastrophe about to happen. Second question, I like that too, the imperial way of life. That's a fact, whether it's capitalist induced or not, that's a fact. And another fact is we live at the expense of others. And I understood the question to mean what would stop the population in the West from continuing like that in the future? So we use up the 3 planets and it'll all work out okay because Africa, as we know it, consumes less than 1. So they're not fully using up their share, so that's super, let's keep it up. Because we profit from the injustice. And that's exacerbated. The question goes to the very core because, unfortunately, the North that produces all of the climate gases and emissions at the same time is not so strongly affected by climate change. But I believe that this kind of injustice in the long term still won't work out because although Germany, geographically speaking, is well positioned, far in the north, tends to be cooler and so on, and we also still have water, albeit less than before. But even we are reached by climate change. We experience climate change. I mean, you can see the example pretty much everywhere, and it mustn't be underestimated. The German forest is going to die. I expect over the next 10 years. So if you want to have some forest experience, you'd better go out for a walk right now, because I can't see how the different types of trees are to survive it. And then the forest is gone. It's not the end of vegetation, but the forest will be gone. And that's just the beginning of climate change. So I believe this notion of climate change taking place somewhere else, and to put it cynically, in Africa preferably, and here we've got our brave new world, no, that's simply nonsense. So there'll be entirely new negotiation options and concepts to be thought up because, and that was also mentioned by somebody, I think it was Nina, and that's quite right, all of that can be solved only at a global level. And if I was focusing on Germany in my presentation, then it was just to allow for an analysis of what would need to be done, but it can't be resolved on a national basis. And then it takes us to the question that was also asked. Approaches in the global south, when vivir and so on. All of that is extremely important. I do believe, and also Nina covered that, utopias and so on, But I believe that in discussing this, one needs to distinguish two things, which constantly get blurred and mixed. Maybe not so much by the one asking the question, certainly not by Nina, but in my experience, it always gets mixed up. One is the objective of what this cyclic recycling economy could look like: shorter working times, gender equality, buen vivir, and the lot. And all of these visions, they work. The problem is not the vision. The problem is the way to get there. And I can only repeat myself here. How can we take the dynamically growing capitalism and taking to the shrinking cyclic economy without there being an economic crisis in the middle with millions of people unemployed who are all worried about their income? And this question of transformation, that is as yet unresolved. And it's no use declaring visions as transformation because you still don't have the transformation answer then. And I think the only thing to do is strong government planning globally with rationing. But there we go. And I haven't yet read anything else that might work out.
Of course, there are some examples from the global south, if I include India. There's, for example, one state in India, it's not a large one, which decided, let's do without all pesticides and let's turn over to organic farming, and it's working. It's the only state in which this is the case seamlessly, with 100% organic farming in a peasant structure. And I think this is one possibility that we could at least think about to some extent. And Switzerland is voting on this, whether they should give up pesticides. So these are ways, at least of getting out of the industrialization of agriculture. Well, if I may come in on this, I think it's extremely important to see the alternatives created by people locally, because there will not be any solution which will fit everywhere in the world. So it's a totally exciting question. How can post-growth or climate justice here or feminist networks here, how can they connect with others the world over? And a lot is happening. And here, degrowth as a word doesn't mean a lot to many people. But when we're talking about harmonizing global living conditions, bringing about juster conditions, I think that's something that we can certainly link up with the struggle in the global south, or justice in India, which was used as an example several times. I'm not quite I'm not quite with Ulrike on her vision and transformation. I know what you mean. If we say and describe the future as something completely beautiful, but we need to get there. But we should act guided by visions. And I don't think we can develop a vision which we can simply implement. I mean, if you have this great peaceful vision and develop this and want to bring it about with a violent revolution and wage war for a long time, then you have a completely different society and not a blooming society. So the way there would have to be a peaceful way in which civil disobedience plays an important role in order to carry out conflicts, but that's not violent. And we talked a lot about what are people. I mean, people, humans, the population, what they are willing to do and what do they see. And here, narratives and visions are so important by pointing out how good things could be, not just saying the whole world is doing badly, climate change is completely bad, but to say what can we win? What can we develop? So in a project like Future for All that I mentioned, you get these things like a lot more people would have to be in farming, but what would be the working conditions? It shouldn't be conditions in which you don't have any time left. So what kind of farming should it be? We need to ask these questions to get a good transformation. Now in the background, Moritz has collected a few people who raised their hands and would like to speak online. Is this the case, Moritz? No, not so far. Okay, let me repeat it then. You can also raise your hands now and speak on the online meeting so that at least a few of you, just a few, will be visible. So if you raise your hands now, you can contribute to the discussion. But let's first of all stick to the contradiction that you spoke about, Nina and Ulrike. How do you see the way to get there? Nina, you said there's growing awareness. This was one question, how to get to this change in awareness. There is this growing awareness. You register this, and you also register growing knowledge about different ways of economic activity, but it's not a major movement yet that can put on a lot of pressure. Well, I mentioned 3 axes. Finding ways, a planned economy, rationing. Well, I mean, targeted steps by the government, like a tax reform, like starting with changing over the car industry, overcoming coal and so on. There's not so much trust that a black and green government would achieve this. We've spoken about ecological modernization. This is more the program of the Greens, trying to maintain jobs in industry and greenwash them. So, but it would be a good leftist government policy project for a red and green government, maybe. We need to find people who are willing to experiment with different ways of doing the economy. We wouldn't have these renewable energies if people hadn't started at the grassroots, tinkering with these new energies. So we need cooperatives forming local distribution networks, social farming. These are examples. And then we need powerful social movements which fight these fights on the ground. Now, you said we don't have this, but unfortunately we're in a lockdown in the corona pandemic. And I think in this year, with the lots of elections in Germany, and in view of the climate crisis, and with the critical point in time, there will be major fights this summer in health, in climate, so that people will take to the streets. Well, one thing at least is that the hospitals will go bankrupt in the COVID crisis because the system is based on flat payments per case. And if somebody stays in hospital for 3 months with COVID, then they won't get any money. Yes, these flat payments per case have been criticized for years. We need to get out of this system. And there could be a system in which hospitals, when they have a lot to do, which serves the survival of society, in which hospitals do not have to be bankrupted. So they shouldn't be commercialized. So we need to change the system about hospitals. Well, we could start with this. It would be one starting point because of the COVID crisis. Yes, and which shows quite brutally, we're discussing ICU beds, but we see that there are not enough ICU nurses. There's this brutal shortage of hospital workers because the conditions are so bad that nobody wants to do it anymore. So we need to change the health system and need to increase the valuation of work in this field. Ulrike. Well, going back, I don't want to discuss the health system, although I would have a lot to say about it, but it takes us away from the overall topic if we were to discuss the German health system. I wanted to get back to your idea. India, 100% small farming structure. It's great, but we know, and you can calculate this quite easily, if the world was to produce organically, which would have to be the target, then you wouldn't have the volumes of grain and soy in order to support the meat consumption of the world. So the first thing that everybody could do, in fact, and you can gauge by it how serious the overall population is about this, is stopping to eat meat. End of story. Becoming a vegetarian is a necessary precondition for farming to be ecological. The vegetarianism won't work, I can only tell you that. because eggs are produced by chicken. One can live quite well without eggs. I know. You'd have to calculate then how much milk can still be produced or not. But certainly, as long as people go on eating meat, you can be certain that they're not so serious about it. Yes, it has to do with the volumes consumed and with the question what amount of product is made here and how much is being imported. We in Europe, in the European Union, are using an agricultural area the size of France. It also has to do with our exporting. Germany is exporting meat. That's complete madness, and imports soy. So a lot could be changed, a lot could be done. Would this be an approach? Because at times of COVID, we're talking a lot about food. Well, maybe we should take the questions of our viewers. Well, Ulrike, you are pointing out again and again that people can decide for themselves, but here you say it's absolutely necessary that people turn vegetarians. But I know a lot of people who say that doesn't matter, we need to change the structures. I find it a bit tricky to insist on this. Well, that's a good thing. Let me respond to this. That's a very important objection, an interesting objection. Nina is quite right. I pointed out if we all start reducing consumption without agreeing on this, then only the economy will collapse. Why is it different on meat and in farming? It has two reasons. In fact, consumers have enormous leverage in farming. The first thing, only 267,000 people are working in farming in Germany. It's a very, very small sector. And if you change its structure, it will not immediately pull down the rest of the economy. Everybody knows this. And everybody knows that farming in Germany is producing 14% of greenhouse gases. So it's few people with big ecological footprint. I didn't even mention the dying of the insects. And the second thing is farming is subsidized by governments and regulated by governments. We have this government influence anyway. So if we were to convert this, the parties involved and the value chains wouldn't be in any difficulties because it's a planned economy anyway at a European level. So we could start with this so greatly with changing this, and it would be worthwhile because so much greenhouse gas is produced. I'm with you. It's my topic, you know, but it's not our topic of today. Let me just say one thing. Everybody's speaking at the same time now, but what is important, we cannot always take the level of information we have as the level of information of the general population. So even if we think that these structures are completely shitty, people won't go without meat just like this, although it would be an approach. I quite agree. I have Bernadette Brospain on the line now, and she can now speak. You're on, Bernadette. No, it's Wolfgang speaking. We're in front of the screen together. And I've just entered this question on the Q&A function. It is a big question to me, which we discussed last night as well, which is how are people taken along in our society? I mean, we heard it in the discussion yesterday. The political people, von der Leyen was quoted several times. A lot is being done in politics out of fear of communism or right-wing radicalism. And with the governments emerging all over Europe, and the common denominator was fear tends to lead to radicalization, to communism, right-wing radicalism, fascism. So what paths and what processes should be initiated? What could be the instruments for getting into a discourse about climate, may I ask you a follow-up question? The approach which we've just had towards the end, we're talking about your food and how it's produced. And this is the approach. Would this be a way for you for involving people more? I suppose it would be one kind of an approach. Yes, it certainly would be one approach at an individual level to get started with a discourse which could happen within families and within neighborhoods. But I'm afraid it's still a bit too small scale. I have some insights in trade union movements, and in my active working life, I was on the Works Council. So I know from the union what fears there are in workforces and how little is being communicated and discussed in this respect. So the big question is how to create forums and access so that a great number of people are enabled to think about the future at all. I mean, this Fridays for Future movement, which speaks to many people, is very encouraging, of course, but let me put it this way, I would wish that in the future we would be getting just as much scientific input and could give as many forums to science as is now happening with the virologists in the COVID crisis.
Thank you very much. Moritz, somebody else? There is Pia, who can speak now and also switch on her camera if she wants. Pia, please. Yeah, sorry, I can't switch on my camera. The host apparently stopped it, but you can hear me, great. I just wanted to ask a very brief question. Even though capitalism doesn't necessarily need exploitation, really, we've still massively profited from it. Only because of that exploitation did we obtain growth. And this kind of thinking, this target-oriented, rational, calculating way of going about it, if I think of Marx and Weber here, this rational capitalism, that is just firmly anchored. So even if we were able to shrink that growth, even if it was feasible in some way, which is absolutely utopian and unrealistic given the power structures in place, isn't it true that still everywhere attempts would be made to keep up rationalism, to keep up profit and efficiency in such a way that it would still be the same people profiting from it who've profited for centuries? Even if we as a society question our consumption, if we change our consumption habits, isn't it still these powerful, large, great, big actors who still keep up these structures or have them kept up deliberately and intentionally through corruption, through this rational approach, which leaves us as a society simply way too weak? That's really my question. What can we do? Even if there were so many social movements and if there was a massive change in consumption habits, wouldn't it be up to the industry and economy to make changes? Wouldn't it have to be politics to compete with industry and economy? Because politics are also a very strong such actor. Is it really possible? And just meat consumption, just briefly, as an example. The vegan movement, so many people changing their eating habits. I mean, families with many children who don't earn a lot of money, who are caught in this repetitive wheel, who have factory jobs, who are single parents, who want to give and offer their children meat because they believe it's good for them, although the meat they can give them is no longer good. The mass animal production is not actually good for our organism, but they still presume meat is healthy and it's kept so cheap as long as they don't really know what kind of meat they're eating and feeding their children. It's utopian, isn't it? With the structures being kept up as they are. Okay, if you want to hear an answer, you have to stop talking now. We have 5 minutes left, at least if we want to end on time. Okay, may I say one thing then, says Ulrike. Pia and also Wolfgang, your two contributions fit in very nicely with each other. Wolfgang explained And I'll believe that right away, that in companies there is enormous fear of the job being lost. That's exactly what I try to describe, that any change that we would need would immediately cause that kind of fear. And that goes to show that Pia, in her description, is right and then also not right. She's right in saying that there's a lot of exploitation containing capitalism. There's no denying that. But unfortunately, it's not as if it was the entrepreneurs on the one side and the workers on the other, or the employees on the other. Quite on the contrary, you can always see that live and in place. The trade unions and the employers are in the same boat when it comes to preventing climate protection or making it very expensive. Best example, the opt-out of coal production. It was the trade union who, along with the energy producing companies, was fighting the same battle in order to save their own jobs. And that will always be the case. To give a concrete example, really, to be aware of what kind of challenges we're confronted with here. If we had a climate neutral economy here, then, for example, one question would be, in very concrete terms, what would Baden-Württemberg, the federal state, live off? Because at the moment, we all know that's the home of the German automotive industry. And that's a question that would affect everyone in Baden-Württemberg, and not just the Daimler-Benz shareholders, the employees, the workforce, the shops around the corner who live off the Daimler-Benz employees, and so on. Or Medico International. You're located in Frankfurt. If we had a climate-neutral economy, Frankfurt would be gone, would be bankrupt. All of the insurances, the banks, the lawyers, you could forget them. Nobody needs them anymore. Then what would the Rhine-Main area around Frankfurt live off? Internet, says Florian. No, seriously, with any attempt of making the economy climate neutral, you can certainly say that the entire region around Frankfurt, and it's not just the shareholders, but everybody who lives there, would be taking to the streets. So it's always worth talking about injustice in capitalism. It's true, it exists. There is exploitation, but it's not as if the structural change was failing just because of the wealthy ones. And that's exactly what Wolfgang says, and he's absolutely right there. And I believe that getting everyone on board will work because climate change will affect everyone. If there's anybody who believes climate change is taking place somewhere else and not with me, that's absurd. Then we wouldn't be talking about this at all. Nina. Right, thank you. What Ulrike just outlined, I fully agree with, and I just want to open up another perspective. One of the French thinkers, Chartouche, he said that we colonialized our imaginary. And what it is also all about, that's what the entire conference is about, is how can we actually imagine a better future? Because if we can't even imagine it, it's never going to happen, and then no one's going to fight for it. And that's why I think it's important to liberate our thinking and to really question our basic assumptions. And one of them is the Homo economicus, the rational person, rational man. We all do that in a certain way. We very much distinguish in our relations with others what apparently is good for us. And that, I think, is important. If we talk about that kind of change, we need to also talk about our capacity to relate, also to relate to the rest of the world. And it's not something you can explain economically with statistics and so on. That's a great many of you said. What I'll be taking from this discussion is that you've all been really given some food for thought. The chat was really busy. So that I find hopeful. You've all realized it's worth thinking about post-growth. And that certainly inspired me, and I certainly thank you for it. Yes, Florian says thank you to everyone, also Ulrike and also Moritz, for at least bringing in some of the input from the chat. Unfortunately, it was very limited time, but I hope it's, yeah, indeed, given a lot of food for thought, and I certainly believe that. I had a look at the chat earlier, and there's a massive discussion going on there, which I think is great. And that's really the reply to what Wolfgang said. How can we get the people on board? At times of COVID, for example, with formats like this one here, organized by Medico. There's a break now, and we'll continue with lecture 2 at 12:25. Thank you also to all of the technicians who are doing a great job in the background. Thank you, and see you in a bit.
Hallo Studio, sind wir jetzt noch hörbar? Ja. Aber noch live.
side, I win another game. I pressed a button that's on the side.
Kannst mich schon hören, Sandro?
Hallo, hallo.
So, willkommen.
Right, welcome back to this second lecture of today, entitled The Need and the Desire to Go and Arrive. And I would like to add, and to remain. My name's Massimo Renelli, and I'm responsible for migration within our organization, and I'll be the facilitator of this round. And I'm glad to talk about the connection between migration, seen as a collective challenge to the capitalist world or order of the world, and the fight of people for their rights, with wonderful guests like Sandro Mezzadra and Musa Changari. Sandra will open and I'll introduce him in a moment, and then in the forum Capitalist Globalization and Border Transition, Musa will join us and discuss. We agreed that everybody should use their own language or the language of their choice. Sandra will speak English, Changari will speak French, and I'll speak German as the facilitator. As we have simultaneous translation in 4 languages, this can be done. Let me point out one thing to all those who've just joined us. Julia Manik will tell us a bit more about housekeeping.
Jasmin and myself, vielleicht erst auf Deutsch. Hallo vom Backstage-Raum von...
Hello from backstage. This is Jasmin and myself speaking. There is simultaneous translation, and you have to click on the globe button at the bottom of your screen. If you shouldn't see it, then you should dial in using the Zoom app and you will see it.
Myself, there's a translation available for you, which can be found via clicking on the globe icon you can see on the bottom of your screen. If you don't see this icon, please use the Zoom application and reconnect. Y hola desde el backstage, de la parte de Yasmin y de mí, hay una función de traducción para ustedes. Puede seleccionarse por medio del icono del globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Si no encuentran este icono, les pedimos el favor de reconectarse a través de la aplicación de Zoom. Et bonjour depuis les coulisses de la part de Jasmine et moi. Il y a une fonction de traduction pour vous qui peut être sélectionnée par l'icône du globe terrestre en bas de l'écran. Et si vous ne trouvez pas cette icône, reconnectez-vous à la session en utilisant l'application de Zoom. Und bis später.
Vielen Dank, Julia. Kommen wir jetzt nun zu...
Thank you very much, Julia. Let's turn to Sandra now. I'm very happy to introduce him. Benvenuto, Sandra. Sandra Mezzadra is living and working at Bologna. He's a professor of political theory, and he's a research fellow at the Institute for Culture and Society at the Western University in Sydney, Australia. Before this, he was a research fellow at the New School in New York and in Berlin and at Ljubljana University and in Ecuador and in Buenos Aires. Recently, he has worked mainly on the relationship between globalization, migration, and political struggle in present capitalism and post-colonial theory and its interventions. He's also one of the founders of an activist Italian website. He's written many books and edited many. I'd like to name a few. Un mondo di guadagnare, The World to Win, and The Multiplication of Labor, and as a third, The Politics of Operations Excavating Contemporary Capitalism, published in 2019. At the moment, apart from many international scientific projects, he's coordinating several projects. And now I'm looking forward to his presentation until 1 o'clock, the need and the desire to go and to arrive on the world situation of post-colonial capitalism. Go ahead, Sandra.
Allow me to start by warmly thanking the organizers of this timely conference, and among them in particular my dear friend Thomas Seibert, for inviting me to give a lecture on such a challenging and indeed also a bit intimidating topic as the world situation of post-colonial capitalism. To engage in a discussion of the world from the angle of the possibilities of its reconstruction is indeed a crucial task in the current conjuncture, or as we can say with a classical reference, in this distracted globe. I will try to contribute to this necessarily collective endeavor with an analysis of some of the main trends that, it seems to me, shape the development of capitalism in the framework of the pandemic crisis. We have to be aware of the fact that capitalism is characterized by a kind of elective affinity with crisis, which often provide the opportunity for a dramatic and even radical reorganization of its working. A methodic principle must be clarified at the very beginning of this lecture. The analysis of the current state of capitalism is not a task to be accomplished independently from a search for the potentialities for transformation and even liberation. Let me exemplify this point. Haiti and Moria are taken in this conference as iconic representations of the misery of our world, and rightly so. They both instantiate the violent dispossession and brutality that crisscross the history of capitalism writ large, and in particular, its colonial and imperial variants. And that seems even more widespread and globalized today. Necropolitics and exclusion seem to fully grasp what is going on here. But while such notions are doubtlessly helpful, we should also look for different angles when confronted with situations like Haiti and Moria. We should, for instance, carefully trace the persistent imprint and mutations of social movements and struggles since the Asian revolution in the 1790s in order to shed light on even unexpected possibilities of subaltern resistance and power. And we should link the catastrophe of Moria to wider geographies of movements and struggles of migration across borders to give a sense of the political stakes that surround even an abject site like the infamous camp on the Greek island of Lesbos. And this I want to repeat without ever losing sight of the outrageous reality of violence, exclusion, and dispossession that proliferate at the very heart of post-colonial capitalism. So the notion of post-colonial capitalism, which figures in the title of my lecture, has widely circulated in critical debates over the last years. For many scholars, for instance, for the Bengali economist Kalyan Sanyal, it mainly refers to the form taken by capitalist development in the former colonized world. Contending that what Marx famously analyzed in terms of the so-called primitive accumulation at the same time constantly repeats itself and never ends up in processes of full-fledged proletarianization, Sanyal stresses the importance and new nature of poverty and the politics of poverty, in particular in India. I have learned from such debates in India and elsewhere, for instance, in Latin America. But my use of post-colonial capitalism is a bit different. To put it quickly, I take that notion as a critical lens on the one, as a critical lens that allows me to investigate the global dimension of contemporary capitalism. Looking on the one hand at the reproduction in scattered form of the legacy of colonialism, and on the other hand, at the emergence of new assemblages of space and capital that work the boundary between center and periphery. And far from limiting post-colonial capitalism to the former colonized world, I insist on the fact that also the former metropolis become post-colonial, which becomes particularly apparent when we look at movements of migration, but also more generally at the transformations of labor and citizenship. Let me be clear on this point. Post-colonial capitalism is not the only notion I use to define contemporary capitalism. In my work, and particularly in my collaborative writing with Brett Nielsen, I rather take it as a critical framework to be combined with others, from racial capitalism to patriarchal capitalism, from financial to logistical capitalism. And I am indeed convinced that only such an interplay between different critical gazes can produce an adequate understanding of the shifting forms of exploitation, dispossession, and domination that make up contemporary capitalism, as well as of the heterogeneous subjective composition struggling within and against those forms of exploitation, dispossession, and domination. Key to my work is the idea that contemporary capitalism is characterized by a high homogeneity of capital's operations. The prominence of finance and logistics is emblematic in this respect. But the very way in which such operations are deployed, hit the ground, prompts differential regimes of labor and accumulation. Think of food delivery platforms, to give just one example. The smooth working of the algorithm is structurally combined here with a deep diversification of the workforce. Difference, quote and unquote, is therefore more and more important for the critique of contemporary capitalism, which explains why gender and race cannot be considered as secondary or external elements or contradictions. So there was a need to say something on the notion of post-colonial capitalism, as well as on the way in which I use it in my critical approach to contemporary capitalism. But let me now come more directly to the issue of capitalism and the pandemic crisis. I was saying before that I am convinced that the global dimension is constitutive of contemporary capitalism. No capitalism without a global dimension. When I speak of a global dimension, I'm not rehearsing the fantasies of a smooth global space, of a borderless world brought about by market freedom and liberal democracy that characterized the discussion of globalization in the 1990s. Between Seattle and Genoa, those fantasies were disposed of even before history took a different turn at the beginning of the new century. Global dimension rather refers for me to a set of crucial global processes that selectively connect and disconnect a fractured global space, enabling different forms of mobility, mobility of staff and capitals no less than humans, upon which the valorization and accumulation of capital in their current forms are predicated. What I have in mind, speaking of a global dimension, are, for instance, global supply chains, logistical corridors, financial circuits, maritime routes, pipelines, data centers, submarine cables, corridors for the recruitment of migrant labor. So if one emphasizes this connection between contemporary capitalism, global processes, and mobility that was only rhetorically challenged even by Donald Trump and the likes, it is easy to see that the outbreak of the pandemic raised substantial problems. In a particularly pronounced way, in the first months, the pandemic crisis was indeed a crisis of mobility. Needless to say, migrants and refugees paid the highest price for this crisis of mobility. But even for capital, it was a shock, which took in particular the form of a slowing down and even still stand of the logistical apparatus. Looking at logistics and more generally at the mobility business provides us with a privileged angle on the transformations of capitalism in the framework of the current crisis. And we have to admit that logistics was able to reorganize its circuits and its working quite quickly. In many parts of the world, logistics was classified by governments as an essential economic activity during the pandemic, with the ensuing classification of logistical workers as quote and unquote essential workers. I will pick up again on this definition in a while. For now, let me stress that speaking of logistics implies speaking of a very wide and heterogeneous domain of economic activity, including, for instance, the warehouses of Amazon and container ships, port docks, and last mile delivery. One thing is sure, capital invested in logistics is doomed to exponentially grow in the next years. And the logistical rationality will spread even further across economies and societies. In many ways, an instantiation of the logistical rationality, digital platforms will also definitely figure among the winners of the current crisis. One can say that the name Jeff Bezos effectively instantiates the combination of logistics and platforms. In general, platforms have entrenched their grip on social relations during the pandemic, precisely managing the crisis of mobility that I was mentioning before. This is clear for food delivery platforms like Deliveroo and Just Eat. But think also of such platforms as Zoom and Teams, which helped us to manage a crisis of sociability while also enabling smart working, as they call it, and a wide range of crucial social activities, from education to political activism at a distance. The stock market value of such platforms increased in a spectacular way, with, for instance, Zoom's capitalization exceeding General Motors last May. And let me add that over the last year, what we can call the financialization of platforms has reached an unprecedented stage, as for instance, the stock exchange listing of Airbnb last December amply demonstrates. Indeed, if one considers the core business of Airbnb, which has to do with a specific form of mobility jeopardized and even disrupted by the crisis, it may result at first difficult to understand the reason of its stock exchange amazing success. Such success has definitely to do with the very form of the platform, with a new business form that is deeply transforming entrepreneurship and labor well beyond the domain of digital platforms in the narrow sense. And let us focus on labor, which is what matters for me. Scholars engaged in the study of digital platforms used to distinguish between platform labor and what they call platformization of labor. So the first notion refers to work directly managed and commanded by digital platforms, while the second attempts to grasp the disruptive effects of the operations of platforms for the organization of labor and production in established branches of industry and services. I would need much more time to expand on such effects, which work at the boundary between labor and life. Suffice it to say that the prevailing form of organization of platform labor combines algorithmic management with a re-emergence of supposedly outdated and even quote-unquote archaic forms of work, like, for instance, piecework. Labor rights and social benefits are effectively erased here, as well as any idea of a standard employment relation. And what the platformization of labor ideally foreshadows is a dystopic 24/7 mobilization of labor and life that prompts the valorization and accumulation of capital as uncontested societal norm. Again, there would be, of course, much more to say on that, on digital platforms, as well as on the tensions and conflicts that surround them. I just focused on some of the tendencies that prompt their development in a time of pandemic crisis. Let me add that, picking up again on the question of the global, the spread of digital platforms and platform labor is far from being limited to the West. It is rather a global process that takes different forms in different parts of the world. Critical scholars and activists working on platforms largely speak the same language because they are confronted with the same kind of processes and problems. And last October, there was a first global day of action promoted by grassroots rider unions from Latin America and Europe. Nevertheless, the post-colonial nature of contemporary capitalism emerges also here. And more generally, with respect to digital labor. The geographies of what Antonio Casilli, for instance, calls the information sweatshops, where workers execute in unending working days the most repetitive, physically stressing and alienating tasks to enable the working of artificial intelligence and digital platforms, largely coincide with former colonial geographies. Needless to say, the role of China should be analyzed here. And there is a need to stress that the shift toward China of the global balance of economic power, accelerated by the pandemic, is more generally a fundamental element to take into account when we speak of the future of capitalism. The current geopolitical competition on the vaccines is, of course, deeply related to that. However, I cannot dwell on such questions now for want of time. Focusing on logistics, finance, and digital platforms, I attempted to sketch what I consider some of the main trends in the working nature of capitalism emerging out of the current crisis. But let me add that, however important in themselves for the wider effects they deploy, logistics, finance, and digital platforms are far from constituting capital as a whole. Looking in particular at labor and life of the poor, the subaltern, the dispossessed, and the exploited, we must necessarily widen our analytical perspective. What is really crucial from this point of view is social reproduction, often predicated upon unpaid labor performed by women. We must closely look from this point of view at a societal fabric that has been severely tested by the pandemic and by the ensuing economic disruption. We must critically analyze the spread of fear and individualism, while emphasizing at the same time that in many parts of the world we have witnessed amazing practices of solidarity, mutualism, and self-organization. But we also have to take stock of the fact that the pandemic has further accelerated and entrenched a trend to the explosive growth of inequality and polarization of wealth that builds a structural feature of contemporary capitalism. The inequality virus, the report released by Oxfam a couple of weeks ago, describes such growth of inequality at the global level in the last year in telling and appalling ways. When we read that the increase of wealth of the 10 richest billionaires since the crisis began is more than enough to pay for the COVID-19 vaccine for all, well, any measure really seems to be lost. But the Oxfam report also demonstrates that poverty is more and more racialized and sexualized, while informal workers, and among them platform workers, are on the front line. Add to this the multiplication of environmental imbalances and even catastrophes that played a key role in spurring the pandemic, as we know, and you get a clear, although dark, picture of the predicament of life under contemporary capitalism. Let us be clear. The emerging trends in logistics, finance, and digital platforms that I have outlined will not contribute to positively transform such a dire condition. Combined with other trends, they rather foreshadow a new terrain of capitalist development, where the relation between capital and labor skips any political and even legal mediation, including the one performed by the contract, by the legal device of the contract. And I'm taking labor here in a wide sense, bordering on life and including social reproduction, as feminist theories and struggles taught us to do. I know, I am kind of overemphasizing this point. There will be labor rights and contracts in the next future with a variable geometry and geography. But my point is that such rights and contracts will not define anymore the norm, the standard in labor relations, unless labor movements and struggles will be able to invent and impose new rights, new norms, and even new standards. Anyway, we are confronted here with a pivotal shift, with a transition to an absolute capitalism, to borrow a notion from Etienne Balibar, that was prepared by the long history of neoliberal hegemony, but is accomplished today in unprecedented forms. The implications are potentially momentous. Take, for instance, migration, which is not going to stop in the wake of the pandemic, but will definitely take new forms in a world where the hygienic sanitary reinforcement of international borders has run parallel to a multiplication of internal boundaries of all sorts during the pandemic. The kind of forced mobility this is for me an important notion, the kind of forced mobility experienced by many migrants during the crisis, in particular as quote and unquote essential workers in logistical warehouses, in agriculture, and as riders for food delivery platforms, may foreshadow a dystopic form of quote and unquote again, migration management, according to a delivery rationality, with ghettos and even places like Moria serving as recruitment reservoirs. The reconstruction of the world becomes indeed an urgent task in such a condition. Struggles and movements during the pandemic crisis provide us with an essential source of inspiration while thinking about such a reconstruction. From the movement for Black lives in the US to the continuity of feminist mobilizations in Latin America and elsewhere, to mention just two important instances, a radical refusal of specific forms of violence and domination mobilizes millions of people. To this, one should add environmental campaigns, resistance against infrastructural and extractive mega projects, struggles around health and education, the stubbornness of migrants challenging increasingly fortified borders, self-organization of riders and other often migrant logistical workers in many parts of the world, including Europe. The list could easily go on, but these scattered and far from comprehensive references should be enough to demonstrate that a reconstruction of the world is in some sense already underway. And indeed, I am convinced that only movements and struggles can lay the material basis for such a reconstruction. In a way, we are again talking about revolution, as Thomas Seibert suggests in the newspaper produced for the conference. But we are just starting to do that. We know that a radical break is needed, but we do not know how a revolution could look like today, under the conditions of contemporary capitalism and in a world covered with swords by viruses, rising inequality, extreme forms of violence, and climate change. Old theories and experiences do not necessarily help in this regard, and the vaccine alternative between reform and revolution is also behind us. What really matters is radical transformation, is a politics of liberation predicated upon an uncompromised struggle against oppression, domination, dispossession, and exploitation. The work of a collective intellect and imagination is urgently needed to flesh out constitutive principles, a program from the materiality of struggles, and to foreshadow the reconstruction of the world. But such an intellect and imagination, as well as politics in general, cannot lie and operate outside of struggles. It is rather the intertwining of bodies and intellect, passions and rationality that characterizes the most powerful movements and struggles of our time. And it is precisely such an intertwining that shapes the composition of the heterogeneous, and even fractured social cooperation that is exploited and is therefore at the basis of the creation of value in contemporary capitalism. That social cooperation, which of course takes different forms in different parts of the world, is eventually the real battleground for the reconstruction of the world. Investigating the fault lines that crisscross that battleground, working toward the building of struggles and coalitions, instituting the necessary political mediations to consolidate the emergence of a collective, transformative power is for me a good, although quite abstract way to define the main tasks of the revolutionaries today. Thank you very much for your attention.
The reconstruction of the world is underway und die sozialen Bewegungen und Kämpfe spielen da drin eine.
And the social movements are playing a key role. Thank you very much for your presentation, Sandra, and for this hopeful outlook in this large picture of the world which you painted. Let's now immediately move on to the forum on capitalist globalization and border transition, and let's welcome Musa Changari. And before I introduce him, I'd also like to ask my co-facilitator to point out the technical specifics, because we will now have a few more new viewers who have joined us. Julia.
Ja, wir wollten noch mal darauf hinweisen auf die Übersetzungsfunktion. Also hallo von Backstage. Für euch.
I wanted to point out from backstage that there is a translation function. There is a globe icon at the bottom of your screens. If you don't see this icon, then please use the Zoom app. Now, the same thing is being repeated in Spanish. That is reminding us of the icon which is at the bottom of your screen. And if you don't see this button, then please use the Zoom app. And now she's repeating the same thing in French, that in fact there is this translation function.
At the bottom of the screen via the globe icon. If you don't see that icon, please use again the Zoom application. Und damit würden wir auch wieder zurück in den Backstage gehen. Viel Spaß. Dankeschön.
Ja, vielen Dank nochmal.
Thank you very much, Julia. And regarding the process or the procedure here at the forum, it's 60 minutes or 55 now. We'll start with Changari giving us an input, which Sandro can then react to, and then the two speakers can enter into a discussion again. And during that entire time, all of the participants that are registered via Zoom have the possibility to use the Q&A tool to ask questions, which Julia Manek and Jasmin Behrens, my co-moderators, will collect and cluster. And in the last third of the next hour, we will then address questions from the audience as clustered by Julia and posed to Sandro and Changari, and then the two can answer. So much for the procedure here. And with that, finally over to Musa Changari, whom I'd like to introduce briefly. Changari is well known not just in Niger, but the entire Sahel region and beyond, a renowned journalist and human rights activist who gives us the Pan-African perspective on neo-colonial politics in the EU, and especially the so-called migration partnership between Europe and Niger and other states in the region. Musa Changari is the Secretary General of the Association Alternative Espace Citoyen in Niger, with offices in various regions of the country. 4 radio broadcasting stations and other publications are used by AIC to advocate the political rights of all groups, but especially also of migrants. And with that, the floor goes to Changari for his input. Right. Good morning or good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you most cordially for inviting me to this conference. And the interpreter has to announce here that the participant is very hard to hear. It's very poor sound quality. We'll try and do our best. And now the sound is gone. Right. Moving on. 2 days ago, Musa Changari says, I received the invitation to take the floor at this conference and during this discussion panel on capitalist globalization and border transitions. I've thought back of a number of earlier events and also publications from the 80s and 90s, and now the sound is gone again, sorry. Okay, trying again, says Musa Changari. I hope it'll work now. Okay, I was saying that I was thinking back of some of my earlier publications. Now, the interpreters are awfully sorry. Sorry, this is such poor sound quality, it can't be interpreted. Sorry, constant disruptions. This cannot be interpreted. The interpreters apologize. We'll resume translation as soon as the sound allows for it. Sorry about that.
La mondialisation de la globalisation, de la mondialisation et de la globalisation, celle inaugurée par la chute de Berlin, événement formateur et nouvel ordre mondial marqué par la disparition du bloc de l'Est et l'affirmation de l'hégémonie des États-Unis.
Ja, wir haben ja technische Probleme.
The moderator, we are currently encountering some technical problems here. We're trying to resolve those in the background. We'll try again. We know, of course, that globalization... Is it working now? Says Musa Changari. Okay, good to hear that. Is it working? The moderator again. Maybe the technical specialist in the background can ask Musa Changari to switch off his camera so that we can at least hear the sound halfway decently.
Ok, bon, j'éteins la caméra.
So I've deactivated the camera. Does it work now? Apparently, my internet connection is not stable. Does it work? Does it work? Yes, we can hear you. So sorry about the glitch. Here's the translation again. There was coverage in the media time and again to describe social phenomenon, which initially made us hopeful because globalization was already something which, at least in Africa, was already going on. All of the borders had been torn down and many options were available. On the political side, that was a promise holding boundless opportunities of improving one's life and circumstances. So, politically speaking, this was a grand promise of larger capitalization, of more production of wealth to be available to everyone. So it's been promised that nobody would be left behind and that more parts of the population would indeed be able to partake in progress. Already back then, it could be felt what would be the result of that, but we've been assured time and again that the ongoing process, and sorry, the sound has just been disrupted entirely again. Okay, moving on. With the extraordinary development of information and communication technology, which could already be felt back at the time, we were told that this process in the IT world would contribute to the borders disappearing, in the sense that borders would no longer be major obstacles for the exchange of goods and services and even for the mobility of people. We were told that democracy, which was almost inseparably linked to market economy, would be spreading across Europe first, building on the ruins of the former Eastern Bloc states, and then moving into Africa. Unfortunately, it took only a few years until everybody was aware of what was really behind this concept of globalization, which is capitalist market economy spreading at an international level and continuing to be dominated by the large multinational corporations. Production output increased thanks to technological and IT revolutions, but the people working there didn't feel any of the effects of increasing wealth and growth. Democratic control of globalization was no longer possible. Neither the World Bank nor the International Monetary Fund nor the World Trade Organization were able to contain this, because international trade certainly increased in volume. However, the poorer countries didn't profit from it. And sorry, again, the sound is gone. In all countries of the South, borders were overcome, but this did not lead to a situation where products from the markets of the northern half of the world would have arrived in our countries. Everywhere, regional or local structures were destroyed through the import of liberal market economy principles. And nothing was put in place of those previous grown structures. Neither the European Union nor the Free Trade Zone in the Americas did anything to prevent this. The pan-national organizations, under the excuse of wanting to promote democracy, have only contributed to destruction. In other words, globalization meant that we've become a lot more dependent on the international finance flows of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And that is true for all countries in the global south. And the effects on working conditions in terms of competitiveness of the economy and when it comes to balancing out the inequalities of the national economies were completely out of control. Back then, one mostly wanted to attract investments from the rich countries. So the promise wasn't kept that went along with globalization. These structural changes led to an unparalleled impoverishment of the population. And in almost all countries, these led to violent conflicts. In Europe, where the welfare state was withdrawing more and more, liberal practices also led to an increase of unemployment, of xenophobia, and of racial hatred. And today, we all see this dream of the global village as something which we can only look back on with regret, this dream that we were made to believe in the 90s. The world today is not a place in which you can live together in a good way, in a world in which everybody has access to the products and services generated. The world today is pretty much like a village divided into different quarters or neighborhoods, separated by walls. You can no longer go into the neighboring quarter. People, especially those with no specific and particular skills and with no money, are left behind. And these people are considered as a threat to the social order and to the economic and political union, and are called that too. That, unfortunately, is the picture that globalization is presenting today, although years ago it was promised to be the cure for everything. Now, many years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Europe is in the process of becoming a fortress not just versus the countries of other continents. That is, where the walls have always become more and more impenetrable over the years. No, right now, Europe is even reintroducing new border controls between the Schengen countries. So the promise of an open and free Europe with free movement has given way to the reality of the fortress of Europe, at the door of which those fleeing from the rest of the world are standing and failing to enter. At the borders of those countries that have been able to pile up the most riches, the European Union has managed in its policy to combat migration to take some countries such as Niger, for example, and establish centers within Niger from which migrants are to be redistributed. That is considered to be an efficient means of preventing people from the global south to opt for migration. Niger and neighboring countries everywhere in the world, there are considerable resources and also considerable funds are invested in order to promote development. I'll try to wrap it up here. If the doors remain closed to migration, as was the case in the early 90s with the structural plans, that'll mean that young people in Africa and other countries of the world will live up to what a famous researcher once called a mass of human beings exposed to need and poverty and disease. And these young people will become radicalized, as we're currently seeing it in the Sahel region, for example. And that is something we need to turn everybody's attention to, not that the attention of the Europeans, but the Europeans do have a special responsibility in this instance. No sound, apologies. Sound is back. If there is something we all need to state, given the massive changes over the last years, it's the following. Politics and walls will not be able to protect Europe. And sound is gone again. Going on. The European politics combating migration, in my belief, is a mistaken political approach, and responsible for this are the international organizations and countries. But it's a policy that can only fail because the European countries have massive problems themselves, especially mass unemployment, which has nothing to do with the streams of migrants, and equally the rights and principles and values that Europe has always aimed at protecting. They are not at all endangered by migration. The European anti-migration policy only goes to show that people shy away from courageous reforms in order to make for a more humane globalization. The news, the current situation is currently very much dominated by fighting the COVID pandemic. But this cannot gloss over and deny the fact that the European policy hostile to migration is going to continue. That's the one point Europe can agree on. Migration is considered as a threat, as a danger. And this illustrates that even with strictly patrolled and controlled borders, thousands of people still cannot be kept outside and prevented from fleeing. We are told there is movement of goods, but no financial flows, because this may lead to severe crises in Europe as well, which would in turn have disastrous effects on us too. And I would like to close with that and very much hope that my input, despite of the unfortunately poor connection, was sufficient for us to now conduct a discussion on it. So once again, apologies for the poor connection, and I hope that quite a bit of it got across and we can now proceed with the discussion. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Musa Changari. Right, I think actually we heard enough to have a discussion. Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Now, before we give Sandro the opportunity to respond, I would also like to touch on the point that with both contributions, we saw that against the backdrop of the pandemic. Sorry, I'm experiencing an echo here, says the speaker. Now? Does it work now? No. Right, why don't I pass the floor to Sandro and I'll try to fix this in the meantime. Sandro, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Musa. I think you made a couple of very good points, and despite the technical problems, we all got them. I will be very quick, so to leave time for the discussion. I think that Musa was giving us a picture of globalization from Africa that we can, in a way, generalize without losing sight of the peculiarity of Africa. What was very effective in his speech was the image of a village with quarters and neighborhoods divided and at the same time connected by walls. speaking of a village implies speaking of a shared condition. But the way in which this shared condition is experienced is radically different, is hierarchized and reproduced in this hierarchical form by a panoply of walls. It is easy to say, but I think it is also necessary to say that smashing those walls becomes a crucial political task. And this is true for the walls that crisscross and divide homogeneous national or urban spaces, no less than for fortified borders that aim to contain and stop movements of migration. I think that in the picture provided by Musa, movements of migration have a really important role to play to make globalization more humane, as he was saying. In a way, we can pick up again on the idea that played quite an important role in anti-racist movements in Europe in the last 2 decades, that movements of migration instantiate and embody, at least potentially, a different form of globalization, a globalization from below. But needless to say, what we have to imagine is a politics capable to make such globalization from below effective. And in Europe, this is a particularly important task for the reason described by Musa with respect to border politics and migratory politics. So we stop here for now so that we have a bit of time to discuss.
Ja, vielen Dank, Sandro.
Thank you, Sandro, for this comment. My audio seems to be working fine again, says the speaker. Let me also say a few words. During Sandro's input, it also sounded that as if the corona pandemic is also reflected in the media, and that also can contribute to an acceleration of the dystopia. I'd like to ask Musa Changari how that is impacting his work on site and what the struggle will focus on in the next years. I heard that he was, as part of under the pretext of the corona pandemic, he also had an experience. So Musa Changari, against the backdrop of this radical transition with the pandemic, what does that mean for the struggle on site? Well, what it means is that we are experiencing restrictions in our freedom imposed by the government. The situation is being exploited in order to restrict our freedom and to arrest us at times. That has happened when we had ignored orders by the government that were issued as part of the COVID pandemic. Public space as such is being restricted, and the possibilities posed by public space and possible in public space. The impending elections are also used as an argument, and of course the pandemic. There are risks for us as you are out and about. After all, mobility has also been restricted. And that also means that a great number of migrants who had difficulties in the past and were being blocked, are experiencing that to an even greater degree. And European politics are outsourced to Niger. And the pandemic is a wonderful pretext that allows you to impose even greater restrictions and also border crossings. That's unfortunately the case. Thank you very much. At this point, looking at the time, I would like to ask our co-moderators whether there are questions, because it does seem that there are questions that were posed by the audience. If we have some of those questions, we could integrate those in our discussion. Yes, exactly. As earlier, the chat and the Q&A section are used intensively. They've pretty much exploded. And one question is mainly directed at Musa Changari, but also at Sandro. And the question is whether the idealization of the migration movement is something that they also see. That's something that the European left has been fostering. And then another major question that I'd like to also add is that looking at the multiple crises of which the pandemic is only one, there has been the suggestion that this might also offer an opportunity to form new coalitions. And the question from the audience is, what possibilities are there of creating coalitions and also of having an impact on the formation of algorithms as civil society? And also, what will happen to those who have become superfluous as part of global capitalism and who will have even less access because they do not have access to the digital world? Okay, Changari, would you like to take that question first? Or those questions? Yes, sure. I believe that in Africa and Asia we are defending a right, and that is the right of all to mobility. That's something that not only exists in Europe, that's a right that we have and that we need to defend. Everybody has the right to go wherever he or she wants, to live in the country and to work in the country and in a dignified life where they want to. That's a general principle that needs to be upheld and defended. Now, of course, it would be desirable that the reasons that cause people to get on the move in the first place are addressed so that the people can stay where they really want to stay and that they can live in their countries of origin, a life in dignity. But currently, these conditions are not there. They've been destroyed as part of years spent with structural change programs that made it difficult for people to stay at home, to stay in the country of origin. They have to leave. They are forced to for economic reasons, for reasons that are related to climate change, or because there are conflicts in a number of countries and structures which destroy all of society and make a life in dignity impossible. They have no choice but to get up and leave. What we are striving for and fighting for is to say everybody can live in peace, a life in dignity, and can choose the conditions in which they want to live their life. It must be possible to create those conditions. And that must be possible if you decide to discontinue certain political approaches and to choose different ones. It's revolution that this is about. And I was listening to what Sandro was saying in English directly, and he's calling for a revolution, and that is what is needed. The world does have the resources to enable a life in dignity for everyone. The resources are there. However, it is a minority that is keeping them to themselves, a minority that is keeping so much of the resources and the wealth. 90% of global resources and 1% of global population, roughly. That's the ratio. And that is our struggle for free mobility, freedom of movement for everyone globally. And that's not an idealization of migration, no. Rather, it is a logic that is based on enforcing a right and a claim that is enshrined in many constitutions, but that's being prevented by politics. Now, as far as coalitions go, I believe it is important for us to fight this globally, for movements to network and to get together as part of a global struggle, on site, of course, locally, but also as part of a global network. A number of years ago, as part of the World Social Forum, this was much discussed. But act local, think global, that's sort of no longer as topical, it seems. But we need to get back to that, to base ourselves on local movements, but act as part of networks and space for resistance, space for thinking about alternatives to existing systems can then be formed, and work can be done that can lead to the creation of things that apply to all and to everyone, and that allow them to take over their part of the power in the world. And there are such movements out there already. They're forming. And they very specifically look at this question of taking on power and of building something completely new. And well, that's a question that many organizations globally are faced with.
Thank you very much. Sandra, would you like to react again?
So on the question of the idealization of migration, I fully agree with Musa. I would add that there is a need to specify the meaning of European left when asking such a question. Because if European left includes also the kind of institutional center left that we have in many European countries, well, the real problem is that a large part of that left shares the idea that migration is a threat. There is not at all a tendency to idealize migration. And for me, this is a big problem. I mean, if I look at Italian politics, in the last 25 years, there was a kind of convergence between a large part of the quote and unquote left and of the right on the definition of migration mainly as a threat. But I guess the question refers to minoritarian social movements that struggle with migrants. In this respect, as far as I am concerned, at least I wouldn't say that I ever tended to idealize migration. I rather emphasized that migration raises crucial challenges for the left. And then the left must creatively react to those challenges. On the question of coalitions, indeed, I think that the question of coalition is a very important question today. You were saying that we are confronted with several crises and that the pandemic is just one among them, which is of course true, but I would add that the pandemic acted as a kind of catalyst of different crises. And the way in which we have to react to those crises is precisely linked with the building of coalitions. Let me give a very quick example. In Italy, there are currently quite important struggles on public health and public education, primary and secondary schools. If you look at those struggles, they all instantiate and embody a coalitional principle. Because you find the feminist movement in struggles around education and health. You find the anti-racist movement. You find, of course, teachers on the one hand and doctors and nurses on the other hand, and so on. So each of these seemingly specific struggles embody a principle of coalition. Needless to say, that is the problem of building a coalition between struggles on public health and struggles on public education. And I could go on. But I do think that the principle of coalition should be at the center of our reflections, even theoretically, and of our practices.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. I suggest we now take one more round of questions from the Q&A session, and I'd give the floor to Julia again to give us the next cluster of questions. Yes, okay. We'd like to suggest two questions on the subjectification. Arun says, how about hatred coming up in the global south pertaining to the global injustices, and now to do with further restrictions of mobility and further restrictions going along with the pandemic? Why is there so little reported about this hatred and about these uproars? So why is this type of subjectification of being a subject not something that's being reported on? It's only just ever the suffering being portrayed. And a second question also to do with subjectification, which is, how can it be that this narrative that capitalism apparently has to be linked to democracy is so persistent?
Referent.
That would be a question for both speakers. Who would like to start? I don't know. Okay, then let me start, says Musa Changari. I didn't quite catch the first question. I couldn't hear it, but I'll answer the second one. Regarding the relationship between democracy and capitalism. Yes, there is this narrative which claims this connection. However, history has also taught us different things, that democracy and capitalism are connected, that liberal democracy always goes hand in glove with capitalism. That seems to be a fact, historically speaking. At least in many countries, in the European countries, in America, political liberalism, democracy, liberal democracy, civilian-based democracy depends on capitalism or is connected to capitalism. That is a standard experience. But one can also see that capitalism also works under completely authoritarian structures. That's another thing we can see from history and can still see at our present day and age in many regions where those two still fit in together. But democracy and capitalism are largely connected. And if things don't work out in the economy and in capitalism, then very often a consequence of that is to impose restrictions on liberty. Capitalism obviously doesn't automatically lead to democracy. Quite reversely, it can also be a threat to democracy, and I've tried to elaborate on that in my talk when I said that in recent years, democracy, even in countries where it had already been far progressed, was robbed of its content, so to speak, by some elite who have made use of that democracy serving their very own purposes. Now, democracy is to serve the good of the citizens, of the people, but we've seen and experienced that there are some who've conquered the democracy, so to speak, and used it to their ends. Okay, thank you. Maybe we'll hold it a minute before I give Sandro a chance to reply and add another question, and then ask him to answer them while at the same time coming to the end and wrapping up. And that's the question, returning to why is there so little communication about hatred in the global south, this injustice that has been so exacerbated by immobilization because of the COVID policy. Why is there so little coverage of that? Why is so little being talked about it? The subjectification of those in the global south, why isn't that actually covered? They always have a certain role to play also in the discourse on the left side, in the social discourse. And Sandro, maybe you can address that as the other part of the question. And then wrapping up, I would give the floor to Musa Changari again. But first, you again, Sandro, on this question.
First of all, I would like to thank Sabine for...
merci. En fait, en tout cas, je suis content d'avoir participé à cet échange-là. Malheureusement, vraiment, la connexion n'a pas été au rendez-vous. Ça montre encore une fois que nous ne sommes pas tous logés à la même enseigne. Nous sommes un peu moins que vous.
So sorry about some confusion with the channels here. Musa, you'll be given the floor again towards the end. Now we'll ask Sandro to give his reply, and we'll give you the floor again at the end. Oh, it's not yet time to say goodbye, says Musa Changari. Okay. No, it's not yet over, says the moderator. First Sandro, and then you with your final contribution. And then that's the end. We're still going on. We'll be running a few minutes over. That's fine. Sandro.
I would like, first of all, to thank Sabine for her clarification regarding the question on the idealization of migration. I get your point. Nevertheless, I don't really see idealization as a widespread tendency in anti-racist movements in Europe. Of course, if you speak with activists, they have idealistic motivations. And they need such motivations to engage every day in the struggle against racism, in supporting processes of migrant self-organization. I do think that we need to go on with the political discussion on migration, even within social movements. My sense is that there is a need to discuss migration in Europe today in a kind of new conjuncture. Many times I have a sense that we speak of migration with the tools, with the language that we used until 2016, until the long summer of migration. So there is definitely a need to reorganize our political discussion on migration, but I do not see a tendency to idealization as a real problem today. Regarding the question of hate in the global south, well, you'd like to say, first of all, that such form of subjectivation is not limited to the global south. You can find really many instances of that in the peripheries of European cities, among young people who do not see any chance for their future. Then each form of hate has its own characteristic. And I would like to say that sometimes we tend to speak of the global south as a kind of huge homogeneous kind of space, while of course there are many differences in the global south, and you can find different instances of a politics of hate in different parts of the global south as well as of the global north. You know, the question of the relation between capitalism and democracy is a vexed question, and Musa already said some important things about it. But first question, I will be very quick. First question, what is democracy? How do we define democracy? Is democracy simply defined by regular elections? Well, regular elections can also be important moments for a politics that aim at reconstructing the world in specific conditions. But we were accustomed to link to democracy also something else, kind of social dimension, a specific form of citizenship, social rights. And I think it is safe to say that such dimension undergoes quite a deep crisis nowadays. Another question. We can think of democracy simply in terms of a political system. But you can also think democracy taking as a point of departure a kind of split between a democratic political system and a democratic movement. I think that today this notion of a democratic movement is particularly important, and not only in the global north. Last quick remark. Speaking of democracy today also implies to confront a global order and disorder in which there are important emerging powers who do not define themselves as democratic. Take China, of course. From this point of view, we have to rethink a bit the question of democracy and also the relation between democracy and capitalism.
Okay, vielen Dank.
Thank you. And let's pass the floor to Musa Changari. Sorry that I interrupted you earlier, but we wanted you to speak last and to be able to respond to the question and to share what you wanted to say at the end. Well, this question of the idealization of migration is something I would like to go back to. Earlier, I already shared that I do not believe that such an idealization is taking place, but it is possible to say one thing in regard of this. Political action that is being taken these days is emblematic of something. It clearly stands for something. On the one hand, it shows that the global north is refusing to take the politics that have been imposed on other countries, especially on countries of the global south, and it is refusing to apply that to itself. The countries of the north have created a disaster in the global south, and the north is not willing to take responsibility for that. And the people living in the global south are not allowed to migrate to the global north in order to live in better conditions there. And then the third remark is that due to the action that has been taken, sorry, interpreter is not getting sound. A distinction is supposed to be made between people when really people could be making a change together. That's terrible, but with all the action that is being taken, all you can gather is that an attempt is made to not have to bear responsibility. When I speak with friends from the global north, time and again I find them saying, well, yes, migration is a problem and so on and so forth. But then if and when you say that migration is a problem, you are staying in the same position as those that you are trying to criticize the right forces. If you view migration as something that is a problem, then something has gone wrong. And that is a conclusion that you ought not to be drawing in the first place, because then the solution can only be, it must be prevented that these people come. The people must be prevented from coming. And the simple solutions are available and can be accepted, but the fact that people are fleeing and on the run per se is not a problem. People must have the right to move where they want, to live where they want to live. These are human-made problems that we need to solve, that we urgently need to solve so that the whole world can do better. I believe that our friends in the global north indeed should call their approach into question. And I do not want to go into the details of this, but I believe this is the essential message that I would like to share. I'll leave it at that, and I'd once again like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to take part in this. Thank you, Musa Changari. We would like to thank you, and we'd also like to thank Sandro Mezzara for this interesting forum that has also resulted in a call to revolution. There'll be a break now, a 1-hour break, and I'd like to once again thank everyone who's participating and who's asked questions. Thank you.
Step into the rhythm of a head-on collision. Corrosion leaves glass on the inside. Hands are tied, eyes open wide. Difficulties that come with time. Colored by beauty, the soil, the sea. Never once did you think this could happen to me. Always trying to master the slave. Now I look to save the slave in me. In memories the pressures are lifted. Come again from born in another form. Restricted by the strain. Marked clearly by an absence. And in desperate times we pay a price. Then gasp and scream as them twist the knife. See, this is not a presence on the scene. It's a future pass from machine to machine. Opened up to the physical. The cracks was here in need of repair, but you left them to fend for themselves. Watch chaos ensue as if you never knew. Maybe just maybe we should tell you. Maybe just maybe we can feel you. Maybe just maybe we can save you. Maybe just maybe we will kill you. a world of there's a world of blood of boil on the flesh, mechanisms and stress coming like we still on our way. Why the numbers make sense, dividing visible power with the speed of desire. Subtract the presence of guilt from the riches of pleasure. Now you're opened up to the physical. The cracks was there in need of repair, but you left them to fend for themselves. Watch chaos ensue as if you never knew. Maybe, just maybe, we should tell you. Maybe, just maybe, we can feel you. Maybe, just maybe, we can save you. Maybe, just maybe, we will kill you. Colored by beauty, the soil, the sea. Never once did you think this could happen to we. Always trying to master the slave. Now I look to save the slave.
Words are flying out like endless rain into a paper cup. They slither while they pass their sleep away across the universe. Pools of sorrow, waves of joy are drifting through my open mind, possessing and caressing me. Jai Guru Deva. Nothing's gonna change my world. 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 Images of broken light which dance before me like a million eyes that hold me on and on across the universe. Holds me under like a restless swing inside the land of they tumble blindly as they play across the universe. Jai Guru Deva. Nothing's gonna change my world. 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 Sounds of laughter, shades of earth are ringing otro sitio mover. El tiempo suizo se acabó, la carrera vamos a perder. Humo en el agua, fuego en el cielo. Humo en el agua. Terminamos en el gran hotel, era frío, nada se puede hacer. Cuando los Rolling Stones tocaron su música, nos volvimos a aprender una conga allá, un timbal aquí. Hicimos al pueblo bailar, no importa lo que haya pasado ahí. Yo sé, nunca lo vamos a olvidar. Humo en el agua, fuego en el cielo. Humo en el agua.
day I think about untwisting and untangling these strings I'm in to lead a pure life, look ahead in a clear sky. I ain't gonna get there, but it's a nice dream. It's a nice dream. Death. Truth is an act of love. Someday, I swear, we're gonna go to a place where we can do everything we want to, and we can pet the crocodiles. Love. The pure always act from love. The damned always act from love. That's love. The pure always act from love. That's love. The pure and the damned.
Hello, everyone. It's good to have you all. It's a bit new for me, I must say, to also not see people. There you are, Jason, Jennifer, and Barbara, I believe. There you are, great. Hello, everyone. So now the correct start. I'm Elisabeth Bollrich. I work for Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. And a very warm welcome from me to, I'm very happy that I can host this forum in this huge conference. I am the coordinator for the dialogue on globalization with FES, and in my work on the global economy, I work on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and also on the global framework for financing the sustainable development. So we look at domestic and international resource flows, which is also called the Financing for Development process, the FFD. You'll probably hear the abbreviation a bit more. A few words on the netiquette. I followed this Congress since yesterday evening, and I have to say the chat is pretty lively, so you're very welcome to use the in-meeting chat for discussions and comments, but please use the Q&A function for your questions. And if possible, please also specify to whom you direct your question. So it's better not to use the chat, but really the Q&A for your questions. A few words on data protection. I think I maybe have to say this. You all know that this is streamed as a live stream on YouTube, so just be aware of that your comments will also be online later on the webpage of the Congress. So when I prepared the forum, I thought about power structures a lot because what I learned when I worked with all the people in the financing for development world, one thing they taught me very early is follow the money. And I want to start with two observations before we go into the discussion. One is that apparently development cooperation does not really reach the extreme poor. We have a situation where the richest 11% of the world population holds more than 80% of the wealth. And Credit Suisse, during the pandemic, also published a report where they said global household wealth has held up extremely well during the pandemic. And we also see this when we look at the financial markets. We also do have growing pockets of poverty, that's how it's called. And yes, the implementation of the SDGs require changes in fiscal policy, but maybe to end extreme poverty, and I quote a good colleague of mine, Kate Donald, whom we also co-published the Spotlight report on the sustainable development. She said, to end extreme poverty, we must also end extreme wealth. So maybe there should be an additional goal, not only end extreme poverty, but also end extreme wealth. And the second observation would be that the development aid system probably suffers from a legitimacy crisis. We do see many trends in financing, such as increased private finance, what we call the private turn in development. And this did not really promote quality development as we imagined. So I want to discuss in this forum what should really happen. What do we need to challenge power structures that are responsible for the status quo, and that we also increasingly see when we look at the post-COVID agendas and the recovery programs. So exactly how, and who will now follow the money, so to say, together with me? I have three guests here. The first one is Jennifer del Rosario Malonzo. She's the executive director of IBON. That's a Southern NGO that engages in people's rights and democracy around the world. And she works on aid and development finance and finance issues. And that's also how we met. IBON also hosts the global secretariat of the platform Reality of Aid, and also the CSO Partnership for Development Effectiveness. I also have Barbara Adams with me. She's the president of the Global Policy Forum and a part-time professor at the New School University. She's an economist, and her expertise has very many facets. She's a CSO policy advocate, and she has been working with the United Nations for a very long time. She focuses on justice and multilateralism and governance and sustainability. And this is also how we met, because she's one of the co-authors of the Spotlight report on sustainable development that I already mentioned. And then finally, I have Jason Rosario Braganza with me. He is an economist too, who works on trade and tax and illicit financial flows, on domestic resource mobilization. So all matters actually covered by the financing for development process. And he's also the executive director at the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, AfroDat. So I wanted to introduce you first because I thought it's maybe nicer since people see all your videos already. And I'll start with the questions now. So my first question to Jennifer to start with would be, you were the coordinator of the Global Secretariat of the Reality of Aid Network until 2015. I know this is this is a while ago and things changed a lot since then, and we do have a global pandemic now. But maybe to start with, what is the reality of aid in 2021, in your opinion?
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And good evening from the Philippines to everyone, to my co-panelists, Jason and Barbara. So what is the reality of aid? Well, definitely troubling. There is still much to do and to be desired, both in terms of quantity and quality. So it means more work for us to do. In terms of aid flows, even before the pandemic, it was already very anemic. And so with the pandemic and the crisis now, it has been really more unpredictable. So looking at, over half a century of the promise to commit aid worth 0.7% of GNI, or the gross national income of developed countries, donor states as a group have never really delivered on this target. And about only 4 or 5 have met this target over the years. So for some figures, let me just bring up some figures from the Reality of Aid report, which is upcoming within the year. And I had the privilege of getting some preview of the report that they are coming up with. They said that the 2019 ODA is at 152.8 billion US dollars, which is actually a decline by 2.3% since 2016. Now, that's the full figure. But if you subtract or remove those amounts that don't actually leave the donor countries, such as in-donor refugee costs, debt relief, interest payments, the real ODA or real aid is actually much lower at $135 billion. So, which is about only 0.28% of the total OECD DAC GNI. So really, aid quantities in 2020 and beyond would really be uncertain, and we feel that it would still be defined by the donor priorities amid the pandemic and the multiple crises that we are in. A recent research just released this February by Development Initiatives already says that there is a projected decline. So bilateral donors have actually decreased their aid commitments by about 36% between 2019 and 2020. And so that's the whole aid figures at the moment. Now, in terms of the political significance of aid, it has always been having this dual character, right? So it is a public resource that is mandated to address poverty and inequalities, and it is actually a historical responsibility of the global north to the global south. You can view that whether from the standpoint of the centuries of exploitation and plunder that has been done through neo-colonial and colonial relations, or even if you just look at it as an international solidarity, So that's one character of aid. And at the same time, we also are very much aware that aid has always been political, and that aid relationships has always been reflective, as I think pointed out by this conference itself. It's been always reflective of the international political and economic inequalities or asymmetries that exist today. So yes, definitely aid has been always been a part of the tools to forward foreign policy and commercial interests of donor countries, along with diplomacy and military strategy. So I think I should stop here and yeah, look forward to our further discussions.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. It's actually a very good, it links up very good to Barbara's work, I would say, because Barbara, you publish extensively and it's really actually hard to follow your new publications. I picked out one quote that I found very interesting. You once wrote that the term partnership in the UN sphere is a misleading term. Maybe you could, Jennifer now said that it's about power relations also in the aid system. Maybe you can elaborate a bit more on this and also link it to maybe inequality, power relations, and financing for development. Again, in a broader sense that I think Jason will also speak about later. Then, thanks, Barbara.
Thank you. And greetings, everyone, from a very snowing morning. I'm Jennifer. Anybody else? No. Then I should carry on in terms of the it's very important partnership. Something for a few people. Great. People have already had challenges so much. And this is open up to get all hands and contribution from society. And I'm going to use this time that I'm raising.
Barbara, just a bit, because the sound is a bit bad, you switched off the video already now, I saw. Maybe it's better if we work without the video in that case.
I did that. Yeah, no, I don't know why. I'm just looking to see maybe
we could also use the audio in that case and switch to Jason quickly.
That's fine.
Yeah?
That's fine.
Okay, so let's work with the audio then. I think it's maybe easier. I think you should have a number to call in that case.
Okay.
Or use the phone in some cases. It's also it doesn't need so much data if you use the link with the phone. Okay, so I quickly switched to Jason. I mentioned the financing for development agenda already, and you are the executive director at Aphrodite. So maybe you can give us a little introduction on what's that got to do with the development. Jennifer went into the ODA numbers already, and that is the other part of the financing for development agenda. And I believe that many groups have always been pushing for that relief. So maybe you can go into more detail. Thanks, Jason.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be on this very amazing panel with Jennifer and Barbara. And congratulations, first of all, to the organizers for this 3-day event. It's interesting, when we talk about financing for development, yeah, we can't ignore debt with regards to how the entire financial composition of a country's resource portfolio presents itself and makes itself available for investment in different development projects, whether these are, infrastructure, health, social, and productive sector. projects. The interesting thing, which I want to pick up in terms of what Jennifer has mentioned, and I'm sure Barbara will touch on this when she joins us, is the evolution of how the financing pie, if you look at it that way, has changed. And to just narrow down very specifically, a huge component now is, in terms of the debt makeup, has really been driven by this development narrative that includes things like mega infrastructure investments. So, if you just need to move around in some of the major cities in Africa, and everywhere you see that, there are these big mega road infrastructure projects that are being constructed and being implemented. Many of these are being financed through debt. Some of it is concessional, a lot of it is non-concessional, a lot of it is then also borrowed from commercial sectors at very commercial rates, which then puts added pressure on the revenue or the budget book of developing countries. So there is this debt component that is that has evolved over time and has become very, now with the pandemic, it's been accelerated, and the dangers and of following this sort of narrative and this trajectory of this mega infrastructure development ideology or philosophy is really creating challenges. I think the second point with regard to what Jennifer said in terms of the aid and the ODA specifically, is also within ODA, which is a very narrow component of financing, its composition itself has changed. We're seeing increasingly a declining role of bilateral donors, for example, in some of these bigger productive sectors, and still having a major influence in the social sectors. But we're also seeing the composition of their ODA is declining from grants and moving more towards loans. And a third component is that the IFIs, so the international financial institutions, are also beginning to have a greater proportion of the loan component of ODA. And so when we talk about debt in this sense, it's important to realize that there is a increasingly and worryingly debt component within the ODA architecture. And a lot of this is being driven by what we call the capture of the corporate sector within the financing for development agenda, this commercialization or privatization of development, because some may refer to the political economy of ODA in Europe and in North America over the past 15 years. Some may refer to the lack or the declining apathy for ODA because of internal issues resulting from the global financial crisis, for example. Or you may even see that people questioning further, the impact of what impact is ODA actually having in the sense of impact in the countries where it's being invested. So there's a huge conversation to be had when we talk about the role of debt and what has debt got to do with this conversation, and how it then further exacerbates or further worsens the indebted situation that many African countries and developing countries, more broadly speaking, are going to be facing as a result of the crisis. And I should caution here as well is to say, not everything is being blamed or being blanketed under the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, but what we're saying is the crisis has illuminated and really shone a very bright light on some of the fractures and the brokenness of the different architectures that we all represent in our different walks of life. So there's the financial architecture, the debt architecture, the trade architecture. Now we're talking about the health financing architecture with regards to vaccines and the vaccine wars that are currently taking place, in terms of ensuring developing countries get access. So within that, the ODA, the role of ODA and the discussion of the role of ODA within the financing agenda and the broader development agenda, really needs to take a significant look at itself and see, as Jennifer has mentioned, whether the power relations are the same as they were, 30, 40 years ago, because we also have the emergence of new donors, right, who also have a very different way to working, compared to the rest of us. So we need to sort of take that into account. And I think that's a very nice and important aspect when we talk about, and I'm very interested to hear Barbara's response on this idea of partnership as well, and within the UN system, because I know, Jennifer, like myself at Aphrodite, we really believe very much in the UN system, and it's a critical area for where every country has a voice and has a single vote, and one that counts in terms of getting things moving, but also if there is going to be a genuine reclaiming back of the space by states in this way, and citizens by extension in this conversation.
Thank you, Jason. These are very, very crucial questions, I believe. I mean, the role of the state, the role of finance. We'll get back to this. I hope that Barbara is with us now.
I am.
You are? Okay, perfect. So we try again. Sorry, Barbara.
That's okay. But I'm not It seemed I turned the thing off and started again. Is it okay?
It's a bit, well, there's some delay in the connection, I believe. Not the best one from New York today.
Yes, it's time.
Or maybe, did you check in with the phone now?
I have to. You want
I think it's easier maybe with the call. Maybe they can give you the numbers. Or if you click on the link with the phone, because the phone doesn't eat up so much data, I believe it's maybe better. Sorry, I think I quickly jump back to, or first explain one thing that came up in the chat already. That's what's ODA. That's actually the official development assistance. Sorry that we never really explained it. I believe it's also due to the fact that this financing for development community is very much uses, I don't know, slogans all the time and abbreviations. I mean, I had the same problems when I joined it, actually, that they come up with so many abbreviations. So let me quickly jump to the next question. I think we touched so many policy areas already. It's a bit hard to really focus on the COVID fiscal implications and the implications for ODA maybe, and how global economy needs to change. There's so many various aspects in it. I think one thing that's interesting was mentioned by Jason now. I think we really entered the ODI called it once the age of choice. So there's a lot of choice for developing countries now in terms of finance, which is actually, if you look at it in the first place, a good thing. I mean, they're not so much dependent on one donor anymore. On the other hand, Jason, you mentioned the greater role of the IFIs, of the international finance institutions. Maybe I don't want to go into too much detail on certain lenders, but maybe we can just quickly jump to the question of the private creditors, because I believe it's very fundamental here. And Jason, if you can go a bit more into detail on the private creditor question, and then I jump back to Jennifer and we see whether we can get Barbara into the discussion again.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And I think this is a very, very important part of the conversation when we're looking at the different financing options that are available to developing country governments. Correctly so, when you do have this age of choice, it's in one way an indicator that countries are growing, they are developing, and therefore, you know, even though we have these arbitrary categories that are set up by the Bretton Woods institutions, you know, the low income, middle income, and so on, but as you know, as we move across these different income groupings, on the one hand, your choice for things like concessional financing reduces, but your options for non-concessional financing increases. So, you know, if I was to relate it to, let's say, just a citizen, you know, when you're 18, your credit is really bad, and you're hardly going to get anything. But when you're 40 and you're earning a certain type of income, your credit rating sort of goes up all of a sudden, and every bank wants to give you a credit card and tell you to spend on everything and anything with different types of interest rates. And this is exactly what many developing countries in Latin America, in Asia, in Africa, some in Africa have experienced, where as they've moved from being low income to low middle income, or from low middle income to middle income, their ability to access concessional lending or concessional finance from institutions like the World Bank has declined, but their access or their choice menu of options from the non-concessional side has actually gone up. And so this is where the issue of the private creditors come in, and you know, the proliferation of different types of financial instruments with different types of terms and conditions, often very stringent and very strict terms and conditions, you know, in terms of what happens if you don't pay, but actually accessing the finance might be very easy, but adhering to the repayment conditions is what becomes very difficult and becomes a challenge. And we're beginning to witness this quite a bit here in Africa. Several countries that have, you know, sort of moved from being from moderate debt risk or debt distress to being in debt distress. Countries like Zambia, for example. Recently, we've seen countries like Chad, Ethiopia, Kenya, who are looking to join the G20, the Group of 20 initiative on debt restructuring and debt relief. So this is what it means when we talk about private creditors, is that, you know, their business, by their very nature of being called private, is to maximize on the finance that they are providing to developing countries, and they use every trick in the book to ensure that they maximize that return, that interest return on the principal amounts. And this has become a big challenge, particularly when countries that are commodity dependent or resource dependent and really rely on the tax revenues to come from those sources, when there's a collapse or a dip in commodity prices at the global level, then those revenues are affected, and the ability to pay then becomes a bit of a challenge. And you start seeing countries going into distress because of those challenges. And then, of course, you know, we have non-traditional lenders as well, who appear to be bilateral lenders, but in part there's a big chunk of that tends to be driven from the back end as private lending, but through a state-driven vehicle. So I think that's also quite important. And when looking at how these are being negotiated, the safeguarding mechanisms for developing countries aren't necessarily there. And that's why many of us in the Financing for Development movement are now calling for a rethink of how this global debt architecture actually should be governed. The proliferation, Elizabeth, as you've mentioned, under the age of choice, whilst it's a good thing, I think what has missed the boat, and unfortunately the lessons from the financial crisis were not learned, is an architecture to govern what the age of choice actually means. When you have such a broad proliferation of actors and players, who should be the ones responsible for holding them to account, especially when you don't have the infrastructure or the policy framework, particularly at the national level, to fully enforce this. So I think that's where I'd say, you know, the role of the private creditors has come in and has become a very difficult set of state groupings to negotiate with, and their, you know, the current insistence of them not being on the table to discuss with us is actually having this negative impact on the ability to then reach out and have a proper conversation on debt relief and debt restructuring.
Thank you. Jennifer, I want to get back to you to this other part. I mean, debt relief is one thing that civil society organizations lobby very hard for here. The other thing is increase ODI so that we reach a 0.7 target. Actually, it's very confusing if you read about like all the criticism also about aid as such. There have been quite some memoranda here in Germany, for example, calling for an end to aid. They said we rather need better trade, and I mean, you know the discussion. So you said the decline in aid is actually worrying, and I fear that also private giving, of course, will decrease a lot due to the global recession we are facing. Maybe you can go a bit more into detail about like what's really how should ODA then look like?
Thanks, Elizabeth, and also to respond also to what Jason has been raising about increasing dependence on debt of many developing countries. So I would just point out that many developing countries, many southern countries, have been shaped to be dependent on foreign capital. So, and this is because of the decades of neoliberal policies such as liberalization, privatization, deregulation. So, in a sense, you know, developing countries were deprived of the so-called development ladder or the measures that developed countries had the option to use before, such as state control and regulation, subsidies, and protection of their national economies. But this has all been decimated in the decades of neoliberalism. And so together with this, with the South being prevented from utilizing domestic economic and financing policy tools, they have also been shaped to be increasingly dependent on whether on aid, on debt, or on foreign private investment. And all these have been at the expense of neglecting their domestic economies, neglecting their rural development, and ensuring the industrialization of their own economies. So it thus becomes a vicious cycle because the economies have been so made so much dependent, and now the narrative is that these countries need more loans and more investment so that they can be exploited further by capital, right? So I think if we are to address the problems that we have at the moment, we have to also look at all these interconnected problems in the economy, in the financing system, in the political relations at the global level, and also at how, at the country level, there is really much to reclaim in terms of economic sovereignty.
Okay, well, I wish Barbara would be with us now, because actually she could jump in, I think, exactly on this private turn and development. You mentioned this very strong narrative that we need to maximize finance for development because there's just not enough resources to implement the SDGs. And there's certain actors this narrative is coming from, and they're trying to see SDGs as investment opportunities and de-risk all the investments. So I think I jump because there's not so much time left to the questions now, to the audience questions, if that's okay, because it seems Barbara is still not with us. I don't.
I am actually.
Oh, you are. Okay, Barbara. So maybe. Okay, I can hear you. Great. I think you probably were with us already when I said that you would be a very good lecturer or speaker on this question of maximizing finance for development and this narrative and the private turn for development. So maybe you can speak a little bit about this partnership thing in my first question and then jump onto the later.
I will do my best, and please interrupt me because I've missed a fair bit of what we've all been discussing, so I might be overlapping or even be off track. But very specifically, in terms of partnerships, people sort of think of it as a very positive, inclusive approach. But in fact, in practice, if we look at how it's working out, it's not inclusive. It is basically something that the members of the partnership, the partners, are self-selected, first of all. And they're usually only accountable to each other in the partnerships. And so that so many of the so-called beneficiaries are not even participating. And in fact, are put into this category of beneficiaries so that there is no respect for agency and so on. It's basically it's very patronizing in that sense in terms of how one actually approaches the problems that the partnerships are trying to address. The other thing about it is, and I'm going to go straight to some of the financing issues because of time, while there are a whole variety of so-called benefits in partnerships, when you actually look at it, it is mainly about resource mobilization. And the articulation with the Sustainable Development Goals, for example, SDG 17, is on global partnerships. Now, if you actually take a look at the indicators that are being used to measure the success of partnerships, they're all to do with money. Originally, when these indicators were being developed, it was basically to do with the amount of dollar commitments to public-private partnerships. And a number of us caused a lot of fuss about that and about the lack of accountability of some of the partners being accountable, for example, only to their own boards and not at all accountable to UN standards on human rights or SDGs, etc. And we had a little bit of success, but not the success that we hoped for, because what happened was that they divided the indicator for measuring the success of this goal into two parts. One is the percentage of total resources from contributions by donors other than the top 15. And then we had part B, the percentage of total funding coming from private sector partners. And in that area, they differentiated civil society partnerships. So we had two. One was dollars committed to public-private partnerships, and part B was dollars committed to civil society partnerships. And I think we all know that a large part of the commitment of civil society is to do with rights, is to do with agency, is to do with changing policies, is to do with fair and progressive taxation. And it's not about just seeing civil society organizations as contributing finances. And another comment that has become, that is part of the discussion here, and why partnerships and private sector financing is said to be so important, is because the argument was always, this is where the money is. The money is not in the public sector. The money is in the private sector, and therefore we have to have the private sector involved. Now, on the one hand, you get this lovely contradiction where we're articulating that there are not enough resources in the public sector, which of course we know is not true. They're just spent in ways that we wouldn't necessarily cheer for, like the military. But also to actually incentivize or leverage, deliberately using the language, the private sector, we are using public sector resources, ODA, etc., to give incentives to the private sector to get involved. And not only that, because the returns on the market and interest rates are so poor at the moment, there are actually guarantees coming. So you get 1%, say, from the market. In some of these agreements, they're going to guarantee, say, 5%. Who's paying for that? If the concept is you're going to have enough growth to finance it, clearly that's not working. And then it's the taxpayer that has to provide the guaranteed underwriting of what is involved. So I suppose some of us are hoping that the lesson that it's impossible to avoid, the lesson from the pandemic, that the public sector has to lead, and that the public sector will generate resources because it has to. And that these partners are not all, if you like, equal in that regard. It's almost as if, and this I heard a little bit about the role of the state, it's almost as if the role of the state was not to guarantee governance and accountability for all people according to human rights, but just to basically manage engagement amongst the different sectors of society without a differential that some sectors of society have far more power and far more influence than other sectors of society. And we have this kind of concept of win-win, that everybody's going to gain if we can get everybody involved. The partnerships are lacking some serious conflict of interest criteria. And one of the things that we argue for is that the UN should not be engaging in a partnership with any corporation that doesn't pay taxes. And doesn't pay taxes preferably in the region where their wealth was generated. I know there was a comment earlier about illicit financial flows, for example. So the other kind of very quick question, and please, I can't see what's happening, Elizabeth, so please interrupt me. I'm sort of feeling a bit disconnected from all of you. The other quick comment I wanted to make was this kind of direction is basically saying that market solutions are the orientation. And yet we know that for so much of what we are seeking in SDGs or elsewhere, the market solution, the short-termism, is not going to take us where we need to go. It's not going to guarantee human rights. It's not going to provide the upfront long-term investment that is needed on the ecological front. And it also is very much relying on what we talk about as pro-cyclical funding, where what we really need is counter-cyclical funding in so many of these areas. So there are a number of reasons where, while partnerships might be an important part of implementation, they should not be in design. And there needs to be criteria that we just don't have yet on eligibility criteria, on exclusion criteria, on expulsion criteria. We need to have criteria that they cannot change a program design, which should be decided multilaterally amongst states. They can contribute to its implementation. But the present pattern at the moment is programs are designed because money came forward, not the other way around. So I think that that we have a lot of work to do to stop partnerships. It's almost as if they're becoming a principle, and they're a modality, and they're a modality sometimes. They're not always. We don't want public-private partnerships to provide peacekeepers, for example.
Thanks so much, Barbara. I saw a lot of nodding, and I think the two other speakers very much agree. These were already almost final words, but I quickly want to jump to the discussion because there were a lot of questions. Try to cluster them. I think one is, I want to ask Jason, there was lots of questions around China, but basically you can boil them down to what's the role of China as a donor or as a development partner and also as a creditor. Maybe you can go into a bit more detail on this. And then also, why is there no debt relief? I mean, what's the power structures in that regard? And why is there no international sovereign debt framework? And maybe to Jennifer, what do you think about micro credits? If you could say a word on this, and then on Barbara, there's a question on PPP. That's okay. I'll go into that. Maybe we start with the two questions to Jason and Jennifer, and then I go to Barbara.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I'll try and answer that by also building up on what Barbara has spoken about. We talk about partnership and the unequal relationship and power relationships within partnerships, with responding specifically to things like the relationship between Africa and China, for example. It is purely extractivism. The Chinese model of engagement on the continent is very different. The rigidity with which they apply principles, Barbara mentioned things like exclusions, the rules for participation, what kinds of safeguarding mechanisms do you have in place? The Chinese have over the past 15 years in its involvement in Africa, not really implemented and played along with those rules that have governed global ODA relations or global finance relations at a bilateral level. The money and the resource, both human and financial, has come in a relatively easy way, and this has unfortunately pandered to the soft spot of many leaders on the continent, not having to jump through so many loopholes or hoops to actually get the resources in. But as we are seeing, the chickens are coming home to roost now, because there's a huge challenge facing the continent with regard to its debt volumes owed to China, and the Chinese aggression with not necessarily wanting to sit down and restructure and discuss debt relief. They've also been very smart in the way they negotiated. So the collateralization of assets, national assets, as part of the financing arrangements, this is a huge challenge that many national governments are going to find very difficult to navigate their way out of. We're seeing this in many sub-Saharan African countries. But bring it back to the issue of debt relief and the sovereign, a global sovereign mechanism. So I think with the latter part, these do sort of exist in principle. So we do have, for example, the sovereign debt restructuring mechanism principles, the 9 principles that were agreed several years ago under UNCTAD, and also at the General Assembly of 2005, if I'm not mistaken. The question is the extent to which, and in the spirit again of what Barbara was saying of partnerships, particularly within the UN, the spirit within which politically these principles have been applied and have been allowed to work. But secondly, we are in a new dispensation where the creditor landscape has changed immensely, and therefore we do need to take a step back and ask ourselves whether the architecture, the global debt architecture with regard to these principles still apply. And do we need to update them? Do we need to make them more robust? And do we now need to seriously consider some sort of global authority or global framework for regulating how debt is being procured or accumulated by developing countries, generally speaking, and debt relief is there. There's, as a result of the pandemic, there have been several initiatives that have been put on the table for developing countries to seek. So, there's the debt suspension initiative by the IMF and the World Bank. There's the G20 framework and a couple of others, and then there's bilateral. The Paris Club, for example, have also been engaged in looking at restructuring and relief as well. So there are these immediate relief measures that have been introduced and that are being used. But at the core of it, as Barbara said, we're not getting to the fundamental problems that are afflicting the global architecture. We're literally putting an elastoplast on an artery that's bleeding profusely, and that's not going to hold. So we need to figure that out, and then we need to also go back and look at the economic system that enables developing countries to generate their own domestic revenue mobilization through taxation. So the issue of illicit financial flows, tax havens, the aid architecture works within this. And the commercialization of development is exactly what Barbara has talked about. It does work within this aid architecture, and we need to find a way of reforming that. Thank you.
These were brilliant final words. If you are not very angry with me, I would also leave it at that and go to Jennifer and Barbara, because we only have 7 minutes left. Jennifer, there was one question. I think that would be very good for you to answer. How should NGOs in the North actually then transform their ways of operating if they operate with these kind of problematic development models so far? Is there something you would imagine for the future in that regard? And then for Barbara, the final question would be, people agree very much with this program money logic that you mentioned. How could we actually change that in a practical way and find a way out? Jennifer first.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. So just a little bit about the earlier question about microcredits. I'm not really well versed on it, but I think strengthening domestic industries really includes ensuring that the local, especially the MSMEs, have access to capital. So I think in that way, we are supporting the nation building of developing countries. But to your question about what the northern CSOs could do differently, I would think that let's start from the question of for whom are we doing our development work, whether we are working in the context of the global north in solidarity with the south, or for those of us like even international who are working in many southern countries. So the question of for whom is really important, and so we must be very clear that all our work is for the people and that we are working towards their substantive participation in various policy arenas, as well as in plotting development paths of the country or of communities. And so with this, it is very important that there is a recognition that the provision of an enabling environment for CSOs is a key ingredient. And so I would like to also bring out the need for solidarity for CSOs, people's organizations working in the South, who are in many cases are experiencing this enabling environment and are actually being attacked. there are many ways of providing support for developing country CSOs, and this includes ensuring that we provide them with affirmative action, ensuring that they have a voice in different arenas, and also that we expose the many challenges that they are facing from the hands of the state themselves. So this includes, the human rights violations that many communities experience, especially the indigenous peoples, the rural folks, who are impacted by development aggression and who are daily experiencing repression and including killings, and that is an experience that is painfully real in the Philippines.
Thanks so much, Barbara. Can I hand over to you as a final? You'll have the final words, and if you go,
okay.
Yeah. So how do we change the program money logic?
Yes, I think the first thing we have to recognize is that not all money and resources actually support human rights and sustainability. So we have to say no sometimes. And I think that everybody finds that very difficult. I think we have to recognize that we're not short of money, particularly, and money isn't the solution to everything, but we're just the quality and the way we use it. So we need much more scrutiny with regard to that. So something in that direction using the UN. I think we have to say absolutely no to any special project funding until the basic core business has been funded. And that no government, it's not only private sector that's doing this, can do what in the UN language is called earmarking, can actually earmark their contribution to something particular until they already have a track record, let's say 3 years, of contributing to the core budget to at least 50%, say, of a development agency or the UN, and that they're not eligible for this kind of special project funding, and nor are the corporate contributors in that regard, and that there has to be a substantial levy or contribution from the corporate world to the general functioning of what the UN is about before they can actually get into this kind of funding. I wanted, for those who want to look more at some of what can go really wrong with PPPs, there's the whole education. A PPP to build a school is something completely different from a PPP that runs the education day in, day out. And there are some very good chapters in the Spotlight reports, Elizabeth, that you've mentioned that actually get into analysing that. My last comment is that I think actually we can do something with ODA to turn it to good. The UN has adopted and have all member states a long time ago, a few years ago, something called the Universal Social Protection Floor, which is a way of having the essential public services that are absolutely vital. They're vital for women in the care economy, they're vital for health, they're vital for education, they're vital for water. And I think that all of the resources that are channeling through ODA, instead of picking and choosing your pet project or what you want to do, have to come into a pooled fund to actually ensure universal social protection floor, particularly for those countries at the moment that need it and don't have or can't keep the resources because of the rules of the game that they generate. And I think that should be the absolute first priority for ODA. And I think that there needs to be an independent oversight body, group, whatever, that has on it representatives from different sectors of society that basically are providing some scrutiny on how this multilateral funding track would what it would actually be funding. So I think we don't need to just say stop it all. We need to completely change how it's used. And it has to be held accountable to the decisions that the member states are making collectively for the good of everybody, particularly those that are the most disadvantaged, if you like, or pushed out, not just disadvantaged. They're literally rejected by the current functioning of the models, the economic, the social, the political models that we currently have.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you to all the three of you, and of course to the organizers. I have a lot more questions now than I had before we started discussing, and I would love to continue the discussion. Please find in the chat the web pages of the work our speakers do. I think it's very interesting to follow up, and I'm sure that we all need to closely monitor the frameworks we spoke about, especially now that the post-COVID era is being talked about. And let me finish with thanking the organizers. I think they cut us short now. Thanks to the organizers, thanks to Medico, and thanks to the translators. And goodbye, and talk to you soon, I hope. Take care, everyone.
Thank you so much. Stay well, stay safe.
Thank you so much.
Stay safe and well. It's very true.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
No, I can't seem to get it. And in my mind, I'm ready. My time's made up. I gotta go. And it's alright if you want to see through your tomorrow. But right now, I gotta go. If you want to stay, then you can be here with me. But I can't let go of this love, oh no, so easily. I said, if you want to stay, then you can be here with me. But I can't let go of this love, oh no, so easily. No, I can't seem to forget. And in my mind is steady. My time's made up, but I'm at home. And it's alright if you want to be who you want to be. But right now, I gotta go. If you want to stay, then you can be here with me. But I can't let go of this love, oh no, so easily. I said, if you want to stay, then you can be here with me. But I can't let go of this love, oh no, so easily. If you want to go, then you can be here with me. I can't let it go so easily. So easily, so easily, yeah.
Vamos dar apresentação aos pequenos DJs do gueto.
DJ Firmeza e DJ Leo Fox na casa.
you can. Take from me what you can. Hear the sound of night, smell the sea. Soon the moon will draw me in. Soon the moon will draw me in. So kiss me and say you understand. So kiss me. When there's nothing left, drink it up and drown away the sound again and again. Drown away the sound again and again. Wash the dust from your heart. Wash the dust from your heart.
Give it my all. My heart is in dream. As the children go now, they start with fear. I'll smooth out the edges on the corners I've been. Is it my destiny? It's no accident. Blessing them, oh blessing them, blessing them, blessing them, blessing them with this testament. Blessed is the forgiving my heart. Removing my shades now, so the light is
Du bist sicher mit der Batterie. Ne?
Herzlich willkommen zurück, alle miteinander.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to start into the last round, if you want, of today's agenda on the world situation of capitalism, a feminist perspective of capitalist notions, or rather the connections and intersections of patriarchal structures and capitalism. That's our focus this afternoon. And on the one hand, we shall be looking at topics and discussions from our discussions today about political economy and post-colonialism, and we'll pick them up and give them the feminist spin, if you want. But on the other hand, we'll also confront them with rather fundamental feminist objections and measure them against feminist expectations of a more just and fairer future. So we'll make the whole thing even more complicated this afternoon. My name is Uta Ruppert. I'm a political scientist at the University of Frankfurt, and I preferably deal with the feminist perspective on the policies of the South-South, South-North, and global relations. And it's especially precisely in that function in which I've been cooperating in different forms and formats with Medico International. Sitting here this afternoon is actually a privilege as such, because I've got real people around me, which these days is a pleasure in itself. Rita Segado, our speaker of this afternoon, I have the pleasure of announcing her and then of moderating the panel with her and Eva von Redeker. And that, to me, is a particular left-wing feminist honor and pleasure. Let me put it like that. And I'm very much looking forward to the next hour and a half. Rita Segado My dear, dear Rita, very warm welcome indeed. She belongs to one of the most important public feminist intellectuals in South America, and as such, she's very closely connected to the emancipatory, feminist, indigenous South American movements, and her voice is heard both on behalf of the scientific, but also has a lot of weight for the broad-based public discourse. She has substantial part in the public debate about the effect of feminist mass movements in the Southern Americas, and not least of all, the Chilean collective called La Tesis is well known worldwide with its worldwide performances, El Viador Eres Tú, which was very much based on her work. In scientific terms, Rita Segado for decades worked as a professor of anthropology, mostly in Brazil. Her focus was mostly on the connections and interconnections of gender, violence, and interracial connections. She has a long list of publications, a large number of books as well, which deal in different ways with gender and violence, war against women, but also the decolonialization of analytical thinking and universities. One of her latest publications from 2018 will appear in German in May, titled Wider die Grausamkeit, Against Cruelty, to be published by Mandelbaum in Vienna. The original title is the Counter-Pedagogics of Cruelty. As I said, available in German as of May. And the subtitle of that book says, For a Feminist and Decolonial Way, again refers back to her criticism of the violence of oppression and subjectivation and her thinking in terms of feminist ways out into the future. And we are very much looking forward to hearing an excerpt from her current considerations. And dear Rita, once again, a very warm welcome. And now the floor is yours. First of all, I need to switch off my German translation here. Let me check briefly. Where is it? There we are. Sorry about that. Now, good afternoon to you in Frankfurt, whatever time it is at your place, and to everybody who's dialed in. And normally, it is not my habit, but I've actually prepared a text that I'd like to read out. The title is in English, The Risk is Unreal, or The Risk of the Unreal. And I'm now reading. David Leonard tells in yesterday's New York Times, that is February 12, 2021, that the University of Berkeley took more severe measures to control possible COVID infections, for example, by prohibiting outdoor physical exercise even with a mask. And this is justified with the following phrase: the risk is real. I would like to take this statement, the risk is real, and analyze it and the necessity of this affirmation. It's a classic Freudian denial. This sentence, the risk is real, has to be stated with emphasis because to many the risk is unreal, as the sentence and the phrase and the emphasis illustrate. This phrase presumes what I justly want to examine in this lecture, this stupid disbelief in death, which affects the mentality of our time. Characteristics of the pandemic. This pandemic that affects us and shakes all of our beliefs, and also the ideological formation that has very much formatted our psyche and our cognition, differs from previous pandemics because it combines two characteristics. First, contagion is not zoned. This pandemic is universal because it shows that we are all vulnerable, that the threat is far spread and generalized. And of course, countries with their national fortunes buy vaccines, and people with personal fortunes buy the possibility of isolation and of having inputs quality treatment of the disease. But even so, this pandemic stands out because its focus has not affected one region mostly, such as, for example, Ebola or malaria, and also not a particular group like HIV, AIDS. The most powerful nation in the world has been hit hardest. We all know why, but that is not actually the topic to be discussed here this afternoon. The richest and most democratic continent in terms of public health has suffered a great loss of lives. People of fame, of power, of fortune and prestige have been infected, and some of them have not returned. The pandemic has shown that political borders are not biological borders in this instance, and it will continue to show it, despite of what has been called vaccine apartheid. Because in nations lacking vaccines, the virus can mutate through paths outside the spaces protected by vaccination and can return. This pandemic occurs at a time when what I've elsewhere called Western control neurosis had reached a peak. The disrespect for time, the disbelief in the historical nature of everything that exists, the Cartesian extremism, the belief that just as the head is outside the res extensa, the human being is outside his environmental niche, and from that outside exercises definitive control over the history of all living things and therefore over life. The pandemic happens to a human being, and that's different from previous pandemics, that is expatriated from life, who's in a self-inflicted exile from the inevitably erratic course of all that is vital, the course of life. And thus, it cancels everything that is indeterminate and uncertain. Now, the combination of these two characteristics of the contemporary pandemic event destabilizes the beliefs of our age. They are part of the great scanner that, in the form of the pandemic, flies over the world, showing the hidden structure, its skeleton. It's something like an eruption of the real. It corrodes the fantasy of omnipotence, which is typical of the apocalyptic final capitalism of our time. It could lead to a reset, to a reinitialization. But it is within the system itself that we have the antidote. An antidote against this revolutionary skill that this pandemic proves to have. It is within our system itself. It's already there. Now about the fatal disbelief that we die. Some aspects of the pandemic itself feed the distance and the disengagement with the transition which is inherent in the decay of life. The contact we have with this experience is televised, is mediatic, is telematic. We experience it everywhere. And unlike in all previous epidemics, we do not actually see people die. And nor is death fit to be represented in the plastic arts. It's not pictorial. It cannot be rendered in statues. The process of dying equally is not exposed or recorded in paintings and pictures that will pass through time, as was the case with the classical plagues of the past. We do not see death arrive in the suffering, stained, sore bodies, nor does our gaze rest on corpses disfigured by pain and disease. All we see is aseptic hospital facilities and the sick connected to machines and enclosed by plastic partitions. Distance. At the most, we see coffins on cemeteries, or already crosses in the graves. This also affects us at a time when virtuality has taken over communication and even makes use of it so that many of us can work. Virtuality has become an imperative. Already 25 years ago, in 1995, when what was then called chat rooms had only just been invented, I spent a few months observing the conversations there on what was apparently an innocent topic, religion. And I concluded that virtuality would have a bad effect on sociability. The interactions I observed and accompanied in that early period of virtuality revealed the omnipotent character of the contemporary internet-using subject and his telescoping, so his capacity of looking on something from afar. In my analysis, the possibility of pretending that the body can be discursively invented in the cybernetic environment gives rise to a feeling of omnipotence and multiplies the aggressiveness of the subjects. And this contemporary symptom, that's what I concluded in that text from the time, results from the pretension of the interlocutors in cyberspace to dialogue as if the body did not exist. This is a specificity of the contemporary Western subject, akin to certain types of technologies, both communication and warfare. And they promote or facilitate such a positioning of subject that they can pretend not to feel the limits imposed by the materiality of bodies. And that is their own bodies and those of others. And that is because the body is the first other, the first experience of the limit, the first scene of incompleteness and lack. And when this limit is forecluded, and this foreclusion is even potentiated and stressed and exacerbated by a technological device, then all other forms of otherness cease to constitute the limit, which the subject needs to qualify literally as a social subject. We are faced with a regressive reality, a consequence of the narcissistic fantasy of completeness and of the refusal to recognize oneself as emasculated, limited by materiality, which is the very index of finitude. A body that exists only as a fantasy, the creation of an omnipotent ego, and an larger-than-life ego cannot be thought of as a mortal body, and we are thus approaching another dimension of the present, which I have referred to as the pedagogy of cruelty. This idea, misread by many as simply the multiplication and increase of violence against women or the omnipresence today of scenes of cruelty, has a different and a more precise foundation. And above all, it has a history. The history of the continent that presented itself as a territory to be appropriated before the greedy gaze of the conqueror. Thus, the world emerges as an object of usurpation and hoarding. And the pedagogy of cruelty is nothing else but any action that trains and accustoms to transform life into a thing, to perceive life as a thing and to treat life as a thing. The nature thing, the body thing. The world is thus experienced to be owned in a progressive transit towards a present in which to speak of inequality is not enough, because what we are talking about is ownership. In other words, the pedagogy of cruelty is that which models subjectivity in order to trap it in a psychopathic personality structure. And that is to say, a personality with a very low capacity for bonding, because after all, we do not bond with things, unless it's a prothesis for ourselves that we use to reconfirm ourselves. The psychopathic modeling of sensibility constitutes the modal personality of our time, because it's so useful for the historical project of capital in its contemporary phase. And that is why it is possible to say that the pedagogy of cruelty is what programs us to reduce the threshold of sensitivity to the suffering of others. Things do not suffer, and they do not die. Things get old. Things are appropriated, are used, are consumed. And what's left is only remains, is waste, not to be honored as corpses in funerary rituals, but rather leftovers of that consumption abandoned in garbage dumps. The most precise symptom of this effect on programming the personality by the pedagogy of cruelty is its effect on the lives of women and children, boys and girls, in the form of rape, pedophilia, the groping of bodies, the perverse exploration of limits, Ciudad Juarez, Ayotzinapa, and the feminicides that increase throughout our continent of conquest and reification. It is not death, it is simply appropriation and consumption in a world split between two great historical projects of satisfaction, or goals of satisfaction, which are, on the one hand, the historical striving for things and the historical striving for bonds. The historical striving for things goes on fulfilling the legend of King Midas, going through the landscape, making them become inert, lifeless, until the subject looked at becomes lifeless itself. Everything is gold, everything is a thing, until there is no life left whatsoever. The historical project of bonds, or the historical striving for bonds, is trying to reinstitute jointness. Contemporary life is amphibious, we cannot deny that. We are traveling both paths every day, but at the end of the day, it's the guillotine that falls, and one or the other wins out. Because these two paths or ways are incompatible and are also heading at very distant and different destinations. People with local and communal roots are well aware of these differences, and they spend things on preserving their ties. They, for example, have festivals, rituals, and mass societies, in turn, give up bonds in order to acquire things. In the world of things, death does not exist. One does not believe in death, because to believe in death, one would first have had to believe in life. I'd like to follow with some examples, by way of which I was able to perceive the effect on my generation on the progressive exposure to the pedagogy of cruelty. The film A Clockwork Orange is one which I've already covered elsewhere, and when it came out, it was the most cruel film of all time. It is based on Anthony Burgess's novel, which he wrote inspired by the gang rape of his pregnant wife by American soldiers in London during the Second World War. It also was the most censored film in the history of cinema. Even in Great Britain itself, where the novel was written and the film was actually filmed. Just like the protagonist, the British actor Malcolm McDowell, said during an interview, these days it's almost considered a comedy. So what has happened in the time in between? What has happened to us? Why is it, and how is it, and how did it happen that our sensitivity has become so blunt over the 40 years since then, that we no longer see that film to be so intolerable as it was originally perceived? And the other story that always inspires me is the biography of Chelsea Elizabeth Manning, born as Bradley Edward Manning in Oklahoma, 1987. In his biography, we can read quite a few things and tell from it what really also is relevant for us. In an interview published by the New York Times, Manning says that from a very young age onwards, he perceived that in some indefinable way he was different from other children. Even so, or perhaps especially because of that, and in his search for normality, Manning decided to become a soldier and follow in his father's footsteps. His father was a soldier serving in the US Army, and he now had a repair shop for computers. And that is also where Manning grew up and where he spent a lot of his time playing video games. Manning's story, and the New York Times journalist describes it, elaborating on how for a long time in his life he was really depending on video games. And 8 days after he'd been released from prison, where he'd spent 7 years in isolation, he all of a sudden is confronted with an Xbox One, one of the play consoles. When he joined the army, he already had a lot of know-how on informatics, on IT, and then in his work, archived pictures from Iraq and Afghanistan and the evasions there. He later on was posted in Iraq, and one day when he was transported from one station to another, he witnessed an actual gunfight in the street. That surprises and impresses him. And only at that moment, he says, only when I saw a body fall and die for the first time in my life, that's what he told the journalist, I realized that those were people, that they were people who died. And this sentence, this moment, he says, was when I stopped looking at archive pictures and actually seeing people behind it. And this sentence with me, Rita Segato, left an enormous impression, because we can see here in Manning a true conversion, his first conversion. Because before, as a result of his addiction to video games and his subjection to the pedagogy of cruelty that comes across in video games, their de-empathic or psychopathic programming, so far life for Manning had been virtual, two-dimensional, cybernetic. And he then opens his eyes to human life, and later he sends Julian Assange the largest package of confidential information ever extracted from US intelligence. The largest amount of confidential documents were sent to Assange by Manning, who was then sentenced, as explained earlier, to solitary confinement in a maximum security prison. One of the last moves of Obama while still in office was to pardon him. And when he's released, which was quite recently, has already been transformed by what I interpret as his second conversion. He leaves prison as a woman. He lived the transition to sensitivity and femininity. And I believe that this story brings together the themes of the present. And in the figure of Manning, we find enclosed the mystery of programming and deprogramming, or, as I called it a while ago, of deprogramming as conversion. Or is Manning, the term, a name for the process of becoming man? Pedagogy of cruelty and the mandate of masculinity. The masculinity mandate as a program of desensitization against life, and this environment in which we are, this environment that we inhabit, which can be manipulated almost without borders and limits and without there being any limits. This subjectiveness to be overcome. That is where we also have the important method according to which men are coined, following the pattern of masculinity, maleness, and which also is the origin of the striving for possession. This paradigm, for example, is also shown in private and public security services, and I'd like to mention 2 examples for that. The training of the federal police in Argentina, according to Miguel Robles' narrations, he was a high officer, follows the following pattern. There's a dog who lives together with a young soldier or policeman as a friend, as a companion, up until that policeman, say, when reaching the next career ladder, is forced to kill that dog. I'm not sure whether that is correct, but indeed it would be fitting. fitting with the strategy of developing inhumane traits and traits in people. And then there's the great Ecuadorian economist Alberto Costa, talking about his trauma, and that's as follows. When Alberto was on the military academy of his country, the young men were forced every morning to eat a raw onion on an empty stomach. Being tortured in order to torture, to see the proximity of death in order to kill, to endure one's own physical and moral suffering, to objectify oneself, to alienate one's own body, seeing yourself out of your own body and sensibility in order to then objectify others. And then there's more example of TV series, for example, which deny death. And I've never seen them in detail myself, but the examples are well known or have been told to me. Game of Thrones, the most expensive and most viewed and highest rated television event of all times on television. There's one of the central characters, Jon Snow, who dies in the middle of the story. And in the next season, he's resurrected. So there is no death. Then there are the Marvel superhero movies. The villain annihilates half of the living beings, half of the human population, but also other beings on the planet. And then in the conclusion of the saga, the superheroes manage to bring back all the dead people, and amongst them some of the superheroes. They all return to life. So in reality, they had never been dead, but only blipped out, erased, so to speak, and they can return. So again, there is no death. Then there's Star Wars. Or at least bi-dimensional death doesn't exist, to put it like that. Then there's Star Wars. Princess Leia returns in the last episode, the 9th. And by the way, that one I have seen. Just as does the Emperor Palpatine, the great villain, without explanation, just because it fit the plot. And so we return to the disbelief of death. The pandemic uncovers that communication cannot simply be reduced to words, to the bi-dimensional. We believe we communicate because we talk, but in the life that we lead with video conferences, sharing it with each other, that's where the image, the picture, is a two-dimensional projection, and speech is at the center. But all of that is filtered through the audio functions of our computers. What we perceive is that something is missing. Something emerges which we hadn't known before, some co-presence, a co-bodification, say. But there are other things missing. We see this impulse of the mass, irrational, suicidal, and at the same time reactionary, conservative, fascist. We are not listening to reason or to preferably preserving our body, possibly because this body doesn't even convince us that we're actually alive. We've got this intensive wish to be lost in a mass of people, because especially in order to feel alive, especially at a moment when control of our bodies seems so difficult and is so difficult. This thing called life makes it impossible to us to be and show solidarity, to be altruistic. On feminism and the reality of feminism in Latin America, let me say in conclusion that it has become a movement. It's free, out, roaming the streets now in every form, nice, beautiful, liberated, multidimensional. Warm, bodies binding in a state of liberation. Now in the pandemic, we are wearing masks. And this still goes to show that there is an altruistic pact, an altruistic alliance, and that there is life in the face of death.
Y he terminado.
I'm done.
Right, and that's all I wanted to say. So now, right, can everyone hear me, says the speaker, the moderator? Okay, seems good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's the point where I feel that applause and feedback and emotion, well, here we've got some applause, uh, it's really missing coming from an audience. Thank you so much for this input, which I believe has taken us right into the heart of patriarchal capitalism, or maybe capitalist patriarchy. Maybe it's better to put it that way. And same as in previous rounds, while we're under this impression, we'll move on directly to our forum discussion. And we have 3 pictures. First, Eva von Redeker. I'd like to welcome her. She is a philosopher and a publicist. There she is. The contested feminist revolt is our topic. So there's an academic and a public intellectual in her, and she switches back and forth. She has spent many years at a great number of universities in Germany and in the US. She has taught there, and in recent years, time and again, in her publications about, how would I put it, possibilities and the future of revolution. She has been part of a lot of public discussions and thinks about how the younger generation thinks about future generations, and has had an influence there. Currently, she's more strictly scientific. She's a Marie Curie Fellow in Verona and works on a project on phantom possession, amongst other things. And still, I would like to point out her most recent book, if I heard it correctly in public interviews. She's been calling it her pop book. It's a book called Revolution for Life. It was published in the German Fischer Verlag publishing house, and it talks about more recent forms of political protest in connection with feminist perspectives of care. It is a critique of capitalism, which gives hope for new forms of a future in solidarity. That's how I'd summarize it very briefly. And I believe that actually establishes a very nice link between our 2 panelists today. So welcome, Eva. We look forward to a short comment from you, a response to Rita's input, which will then allow us to enter into a discussion, and hopefully many of those out there watching and listening to us will take part. Now, before I give you the floor, allow me to make a comment, and I hope that it's already become clear as part of my introduction. Our 2 panelists that we have chosen, because we believe there are a lot of connecting elements between the 2. Both of them think in a very general way about the relationship between capitalism and feminism, and capitalism and patriarchy. And both of them are doing it in a way that is such, as Rita has just shown us, that it is very freeing, very liberating, also pointing towards the freedom of a future characterized by feminism. Both give rise to hope, both refer to revolution as a revolution for life. And at the same time, I personally would say I also expect that the discussion will be productive, because there are differences in what the 2 of you represent, differences that are immediately visible, and that will also play an important role in what we'll talk about. I don't know how decisive they will be, but it's really highly interesting, because these are two very different feminist perspectives that we are confronting with each other now, looking at what it is that you are representing. It's not just the anthropologist and the philosopher, one who is focusing on detail to derive a perspective, and the other who is raising universal questions and has to design these universal questions, and to look at the difference between the two and to say, here's a Latin American feminist, feminism in the 70s until today is what she's been observing. And that was always about a feminism characterized by struggle and controversy. And Eva, who as a person really embodies or represents a perspective in which feminism has had to strive for the perspective of struggle. So I very much look forward to the links we may uncover, but also to the differences between the two of you that we'll hear about. So Eva, you have the floor with your comment or response. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the introduction. I have to say, I'm truly grateful, and it also have to say it is quite intimidating to get to speak with such an icon of feminism. I'm experiencing an echo, the speaker says. Why don't I turn off, or turn down the output I have here? Can you hear me still? The speaker says. Yes? Okay, I believe there's still a bit of an echo. I can't fully get rid of it. Right. Well, it's just not physical proximity, as Rita Segato just said. And feel free to interrupt me via the chat if this isn't working, but I'll just keep going for the time being. Now, I believe that this wonderful input that Rita Segato just gave us and that I listened to very attentively, very nicely ties in with the discussion we had this morning. And the reason why I'm so endlessly fascinating by the part of Rita Segato's work that I'm familiar with so far is that that it contains a theory of reification. And that's what it is building on. And it is one that does not end or stop at what in Western feminism we know as naturalization, where something is just being described in solid terms, but it is a term of reification that is about life and death and appropriation and violence. And it seems to me that this understanding is something that in this term, pedagogy of cruelty, that is this very process of turning something that is living into a thing. This reification via cruelty seems to also touch on something we talked about this morning in our discussion, where Ulrike Herrmann, in her very instructive input, talking about England and industrialization and the theory of capitalism that she described, and that met with some skepticism because the opinion seemed to be that this goes beyond exploitation of the workers, and that it was something, political factors that brought this into into the world, rather than patriarchy itself, that it could work without this cruelty. So historically, that's how it evolved. And with Richard Segato, I believe now you can say it's a question that's not being posed in a vacuum. In history, as it unfolded, and capitalism as the accumulation of value and profit We have always seen an interim step in whatever was being accumulated, what was then put to use as a resource or labor has to be such that it can be appropriated, that it can be used according to people's will, that it has to be killable, so that it can be handled by the pedagogy of cruelty. And she's stressing that at a number of points, that we can resist to this accumulation by being community-based and being tied to each other, connected with each other in a community-based way, rather than becoming things. And these things that she's differentiating between striving for bonds and striving for things seem to represent something like two subjectivizations, of which one prerequisite, one is the prerequisite for any accumulation that has a purpose. And this reification, or the pedagogy of cruelty, is something that she has emphasized today, has a history, she said. It's not something that a brutality that has no history, something that just exists and has always existed in humankind. It's not as if violence were always being exerted and things taken away. There's a specific history of this pedagogy of cruelty, and that takes me to one of the central themes in my analysis. And Uta was actually asking for a bit of a controversy too. So what is the history of the pedagogy of cruelty? I would suggest that one could say that it is the history of ownership, or the form of ownership. The history based on Rita Segato's prior work, I'm familiar with this description or translation of multiple forms of patriarchy, which then turn into a sort of hinge for different forms of patriarchy. And maybe we'd have to emphasize even more strongly that the appropriation of territory and this type of subjection played a role. And in her presentation today, she really described a different regime. It was a regime of virtualized and maybe datafied appropriation, where we're not so much full owners of a subjected domain, but where rather we're ghost-like individuals who have forgotten their very mortality because they are under an illusion of an image of themselves. And in the current time, that seems to be a type of ownership that's much more abstract than what it was originally, based on territory or colonial property. And it is about what is called the age of access, or programming and control by algorithms and licensing. So that the history of the pedagogy of cruelty quite possibly is closely aligned with the history of ownership. And that takes me to the last part, the role of dying or not being able to die. That was an incredibly impressive analysis, to say that the problem is we have this stupid disbelief in death. And at the same time, I'm wondering whether the problem is not so much disbelief in death, but rather the necessary fact of ignoring a death that we are afraid of, which discharges the self. Because if you view yourself as being the owner, then you need some death to be something else, something external. And in my work, I speak about the attitude that the subject is modeling in a modern ownership relationship, where ownership is not just owning something or conquering something, but also being able to fully dispose over it, to be able to destroy it, something that you have full control over, something that you can treat as if it were without life. And now, if I myself am threatened by death, if there's a threat that I might die, this undermines my status as an owner, which also presupposes that I'm cut off of this object, this clear distinction between the subject and the object that is also part of the striving for things in Rita Segato's approach. It is modeled according to the owner's relationship to their things, and the owner is someone who would always have to see or place death elsewhere, position it elsewhere. So you might say the answer to the stupid disbelief in death might be a naive idea of the thought that one were able to control life, rather than simply accepting the possibility that one might die, for instance, due to a pandemic, but that such pandemic-related politics that we're experiencing currently are such that they use the virus in such a way as to expose the population to death, and that those are part of an attempt to try and to continue to allow certain people to continue to believe in their immortality, because they see that death is allowed to rage elsewhere. And that also touches on the thesis of the virus affecting everyone, and it takes this apart by means of this partial fantasy of immortality, which nevertheless is not true. People can pretend as if they could not fall ill, but of course they can pretend that death is elsewhere, is happening to other people. And violence or cruelty maybe becomes clearer in it, how precarious it is, that there's always been a threat of things being finite. And that because of that, life has to continuously be converted into things. And because that is not ultimately successful, more and more violence is needed to uphold this fantasy. And maybe one last comment on a possible counter-strategy. In Rita Segato's work, the positive counter-concept to the striving for things is to strive for bonds. And she's inviting us to say that there are communities, places of community that managed to defend their ties, their bonds, and that those could be a model for politics that protect life. And I'm wondering whether on the basis of this new analysis that is about consistently reifying things, it wouldn't be more accurate to say, or no, let me put it the other way around. From the perspective of the global north, where I happen to live maybe in a small village and where I happen to have grown up on a rural farm, I believe that the communities that we find here are also characterized by structures that come from this Western reification subjectivity. And that because of this, additional criteria might be needed to figure out which types of bonds should be chosen. And I'm wondering whether it could be those that do away with ownership, or those that are not cruel. But you cannot just leave it at that. The subtraction of cruelty, and that is how Rita Segato's input end also means that you have to work for life, on behalf of life, and that you have to form other bonds that are not just neutral vis-a-vis life, but that consistently are regenerated and renew themselves. And maybe that's what I'd like to inquire about most, what I'm most curious about, because at some points what Rita Segato said sounded a bit as if every additional degree of abstraction of this ownership relationship makes things worse. The video games, the Zoom communication that is semi-successful in this case now as well, are things that make violence ever more virulent and increase its frequency. And I'm wondering whether we do not have to realize that many of these more abstract ways of communicating might not also allow for a potential to form bonds, a potential that we could tap into in order to counter brutality. So maybe thinking back to original communities who have managed to maintain their identity despite capitalism, and maybe these abstract forms also represent an opportunity of defense or to promote relationships that support life. And that would mean that the history of cruelty is more dialectic after all, and that even in these early stages, there are potentials for feminism as well.
Let me apologize for this echo. I would have used my other computer, but it was incompatible because of the infrastructure of appropriation. Maybe it sounded worse to you than on our side. I was able to understand you quite well, despite my using a hearing aid and despite the distance. I would like to thank you very much for your response to Rita's lecture. This is exactly in line with my hope of getting to talk to each other and at the same time making different positions quite clear. So I'd like to ask Rita to directly refer to this, the way you heard her contribution, that is, the way in which Eva hears things, saying that property is something which could be at the core of the dispute. This is what really drives the line of argument, or that it is forming around. And I could put my way of understanding this next to it. I saw Eva more on the side of patriarchal capitalism, Rita more on the side of capitalist patriarchalism. So it was more the patriarchal form of this violent drive that I thought I heard. Maybe you could respond to this directly, Rita, and then before we throw the floor open for the listeners, we could ask ourselves what the ties we're talking about really has to do with the question for solidarities, which were mentioned right at the beginning of our Congress and which really are part of the basic motives of our feminist discourse. Now, Rita.
Gracias a los comentarios de... Un momentito. Apago la traducción.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to make a few remarks, in fact, on the question of appropriation by algorithms. This is what I made a note of. This bi-dimensional appropriation is first of all preconditioned by material appropriation. One doesn't exclude the other. In fact, it rather conditions each other. It's not a contradiction. Quite on the contrary. So the bi-dimensional appropriation by algorithms only works, will only function within this history, within this story of appropriating the world of things. I also call it a usurper's attitude of sacking, of appropriating things. The one is the global market. The other thing is smaller local markets as they still exist in my country, for example. And there are still some small places which have very much locally limited markets and market conditions, and we must not mix the one with the other. And apart from this, we are talking about a system which of course is heterogeneous, absolutely diverse. And in fact, this is the contribution of a Latin American thinker, Quijano. There is this heterogeneous nature, and ultimately a system is something which absorbs all of it, which takes in all of it, all the wealth. But the forms in which we enter into relationships, the forms in which we trade assets in a market are of course extremely heterogeneous. And this is by no means a process which is very much in sync and working in the same direction as we used to think. I'm not a follower of monological interpretations, that there's only one perspective which dominates all the others. There is material ownership, material property, and of course there's also a history of appropriation, colonialism and all that. And in fact, this was very important for Europe. Wealth is extracted in this world from the ground, from people, and there's a lot of biologization. The patriarchal form is biologized. This was not the original form of the patriarchal. There's quite a series of theoretical ideas which I could present here, but basically the transition to global modernity, this of course only existed because there was colonialization. There is no modernization without the previous colonization. And everywhere where there still are spaces in the peripheries of the continents where there still are some indigenous peoples, there is still something left of it. And exactly there, the wealth is extracted from the ground, the rare earths, etc. And here we see that the reification of the world is progressing. I can see this quite clearly in my continent. This process is underway, and at the same time and in parallel, we have this bi-dimensionalization which has advanced very much. And because of this, we believe that we are omnipotent and immortal. We can see incredibly many video conferences today in which the one talking to us seems to be alive, but actually they're dead. And this is the game of the bi-dimensional, this game of our own mortality. At times I listen to people on screen, and only later on I notice that this person is no longer alive, that only their image is alive in an archive, but the person themselves are no longer living. And we often get this kind of thing, don't we? And the other topic, and this is what I noticed when writing my text, I could have gone on talking even longer, and I don't have so much time, and my library is in Brasilia, and I'm in Buenos Aires at the moment. But the thing that anthropologists have been working on for so long, I would have liked to discuss this a bit more as well, meaning what is belief, to put it in this way. A fish very much believes in its medium, in water, because it can only live in water. So belief is the firm belief in reality surrounding me. And this reality will characterize my awareness of the world. This is also belief. Not believing in death is also a kind of belief, which is very basic, very fundamental. So if I ask a person, do you believe that you will die? They will, of course, answer yes. But that's not what I mean, this superficial discourse. But do we really treat our bodies as if it was mortal, or do we rather treat it as if it was immortal and invulnerable? And for reasons, and because I would also like to refer to, I can't access a certain book from a British anthropologist I had in mind. As I can't access this, I left this out. But what do we mean by belief? We believe what we feel, and we do not believe in what we do not feel. And what we feel, this of course is also influenced by rational thinking by the mind. There are lots of issues here which we can't really discuss in detail here at this forum, and considering the time we have. However, there is another quite interesting topic. Any regime exists in two ways, in the actual regime and in its antithesis. Each regime has its own negation as intrinsic. I spoke of a foolishness at the beginning, and I was thinking of a tragic anecdote, and at times you have to laugh, that's important, although the story is quite sad. It happened a long time ago, and I hope I remember it correctly, and can tell you via the internet and get it across. There was this newly married Japanese couple on their honeymoon, and they went to Kenya for a safari. It went through the papers. I used to live in the UK at that time. And the Japanese culture had this bidimensional, this inclination towards taking pictures earlier than the West. And so on that safari, they saw a lion in the savannah. They left their jeep to take pictures, and the lion devoured the couple. And this is really this foolish disbelief in death. And this is what I wanted to express in my text. This really means being programmed for bidimensionality, that you don't even take into account that somewhere at the end of the world you could be devoured by a lion. And then the question, how do you change the world? There are quite a few problems which, in fact, I shed some light on in some of my texts. But I see two issues here. The one is the crisis of moral discourse. It has become impossible today to be heard with moral discourse. This is a fact we have to recognize. If we don't recognize this, we will be wasting our time. One person wrote a question about Guatemala and the violations of human rights there. It's on the chat. The genocide in Guatemala, this is really quite incredible what is happening there. So, in fact, what's happening there is lots of crimes, this genocide in Guatemala, and this barbarism doesn't even reach the hearts of people who read of it or hear of it. It has become something like normalcy in our time. People have got used to considering violence and cruelty as normal. And I would have liked to know what it was like in the Nazi period in Germany, whether it was so normal that cruelty had become the mainstream, had become normal. Maybe not because it was hidden really, I don't know. I'm curious. But nowadays, we see so much on the news, in the papers, in pictures. We see a lot of barbaric behavior. And we're inactive, we remain inactive, just like when thinking of Syria, of Palestine, of the Kurds. And the prisoners living in isolation on an island, we don't even know whether they're still alive. We remain inactive because life has become like this, because history has brought us there, because we humans are like this. Now, I was wondering whether there would be the time for me to come in without interrupting you. So now I have to be impolite and I have to say, well, I find it's very good that you have taken us to a more specific approach in this discussion. I can't see the chat function really. So I would like to ask our backstage coordinators and would like to ask Julia to report on a few questions that were received and that fit in with this point at which we're standing now. Well, at least I hope so. I think there are extremely many questions. I can see them running on the chat function. Really many. But most of them are not in Spanish, so I can't read them. So let's ask Julia then. She can read them out to us. Yes, the chat function was really exploding, first of all, with congratulations and thanking for the great contributions. Now, I don't know whether I can really come in at exactly the same point where you're standing, but I have a lot to report on. Many fundamental questions were addressed on the chat function, and I don't want to skip over them. One kind of question was, what do you mean by work for life? And the rego comunal, what do you mean by it? That is, in our struggles in everyday life, in contact with life, with the physical, with empathy, how can we find this back? And now, being two-dimensional on these screens, is there something like a solidarity of bodies in this digital life? That's the one thing. And then being rooted and the solidarity within the local community has been repeated again and again. It's been said that the Western community is characterized by property. Can there be something like an arraigo comunal, or is this being made impossible? And then another thing, is it really something good, this intertwining of nature and life? Isn't nature original cruelty? Isn't there a thinking of death which sees it as the possibility of existence? And when we speak of life or revolution for life, doesn't this reduce us to naked life of Agamben, the disenfranchised life? And back to the studio with this. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I could first of all call Eva to come in. could ask you for one comment, Eva, and then Rita could go on. Okay, but I'll be brief. I hope the echo is better now. Great, thanks. Let me say something about life, because this is so fundamental. It's especially the Latin American feminism, which strengthens my courage to make this the center of analysis. I mean, first of all, it seems amazing when we say we are speaking in favor of life when the anti-abortionists are organizing marches for life. But we can clearly distinguish between emancipatory life policies and, on the other hand, authoritarian or even fascist life policies, because they make reference to life in different ways. The latter one is always a kind of partial death cult referring to life. So a part of it is exposed to extinction or reification, so that the way in which it is fenced in, for example, as the patriarchally appropriated reproductive capability of women, or as the labor of care work, that it is sort of armored and kept within these spaces. And to me, it seems that the fear that with naked life, that you will end up with fascist life policies, this can be dissolved if you're saying, like many feminist criticists of Agamben say, this never exists. There's either the reified life or the life which really concerns us, that we are connected with. So there is no neutral position here. And then universally maintaining and connecting reference to life, that is pretty close to the version which is emancipatory and in solidarity. And this could bring us to the question, how could you be in solidarity through all these remote virtualized channels? But I think we can distinguish. For example, there is a difference between Zoom and Big Blue Button. There is a difference between keeping a distance out of solidarity, wearing a mask to be safe in an encounter, and the process of working from home, which is in favor of companies so that they can sell off the office space and can speculate. So we can certainly distinguish between these things, even when we are using this very global term of life. But now, let's hear Rita. I want to hear Rita. Could you answer directly? Before Julia comes with the next package, I would like to take us to one point. I would like to talk about solidarity as a political project, as a feminist political project, as a core interest in our dispute about our possibilities and limits of transnational understanding and the communal shaping of future and justice or not. I would like to remind us of this, but first of all, Rita, could you answer to the bundle of questions presented by Eva? Yes, happily. These are complex questions, that's quite clear. For example, the question of solidarity. Oh, let me put it this way. I'm trying to bring about perception, and I'm speaking of amphibian ways, or an amphibian description of two ways, of course this is a very condensed text, and trying to condense this into one sentence is difficult, but this amphibian, by this I mean we're trying to be on the one path with one foot and in a different path with the other foot. There are no pure systems, they simply don't exist. So when we talk about solidarity, it's quite clear, of course it's useful that today we can communicate in this way and can talk to each other, no doubt about that. But there's always this blind spot, I think. We are in a system, we are caught in a system more or less, and of course we can communicate like this if there is no other way at the moment. But at least I also feel something in the way in which this form of communication, this video conference, is tiring. What hard work it is. It takes much more of an emotional effort to get across. At least my body feels like this. I have to gesticulate much more. I have to stress words much more so that communication is brought about effectively. That's what I mean when I'm saying something is missing. And this blind spot, this is also the path that capitalism is urging us to. But this doesn't mean that there's nothing left to the left or to the right of this path. And it doesn't mean that I'm negating anything else. Be careful. I'm very critical vis-a-vis the monotheist approach in Europe. It even applies to people who don't believe in God. There's just one God, there's just one truth, there's just one beauty, there's only one way of feeling well or of being wealthy. No, that's not correct in this way. There is a para-consistent logic. A and B can be true at the same time. This is a logic which has safeguarded survival for many peoples. For example, for black groups, black people on our continent who say, I'm a Christian, but I also believe in the original African religion, or Jamama, the Mother Earth in Latin America. I can do both things. I can believe in both things. And in this way, people can safeguard their survival much more easily. And we have seen this in the 500 years in which we have survived this continuous massacre on our continent. Classical logic says you need to be consistent and coherent, whereas I come from a logic as an anthropologist where I see different things in many villages and places and observe them. And not everything, it's not this all that has been mentioned. So when I focus on one thing, it doesn't mean that other things don't exist or have their meaning or don't work. Concerning solidarity, solidarity of course is very fundamental. And I did say that the maxims of the French Revolution, equality, freedom, brotherhood, fraternity, takes another dimension that's also needed. I think I said this at Sorbonne, that heresy would be another dimension, apart from equality, liberty, and fraternity. Another thing is solidarity, but that's not the same thing. Reciprocity lends us roots, anchors us on site. Solidarity can come from above, from very high above. We need it, and it's important, and in many situations, it will only enable survival. But what we're rooted in is reciprocity, is exchange. You and me, the both of us, intersubjectiveness. And Western philosophy has covered this, has done so for a long time, existentialism and so on. The me and the you give me something so that we can coexist. Solidarity and reciprocity are not the same thing. Of course, this would be another exhaustive issue that we can't cover here now, but at least I mentioned it. Then the question whether nature isn't cruel. Well, nature isn't perverted, no, but it is cruel because death happening in nature, we see it as something cruel. But the human element that comes in then is perversion, and I would like to distinguish here. Could it be said that a cat is perverted because it plays with a mouse until it's dead, or with a little bird? These are issues that you can discuss, but ultimately I believe that humans are bearing this structural psychopathy within them, this cruel narcissism, which utilizes the weakness of others unconditionally, perverting this command of masculinity. In nature, we do find the cruelty of life, yes, and the development towards death. But the cruelty of people, of humans, is not the same cruelty as we see it in nature. But quite clearly, this is an issue and it's an absolutely valid question.
Yo creo que
How can we get out of that situation? I believe the secret is as follows. Wishes or needs, something you want to strive for or want to strive for, cannot just be done away by a decree. I do not believe in decrees. What I do believe in is a path and changing the wishes, what one wishes for. And I think history will change, the story will change when what we wish for changes, when what we strive for changes, when we can have identified what it is that makes us happy. And that is bonds, it's creating bonds, it's sharing something. So the topic of happiness is central here, and the objectives of said happiness are important. We have to understand how a society changes. It will change when it can identify ways of bringing about happiness. And these are lengthy topics into which I cannot go into in an exhaustive way, of course, now. Oh, if aligning myself with the reality of Zoom, I have to say I felt that I almost physically felt that Eva wanted to respond. I really felt it in my body. And I'd like to add one more comment. The way I understand this, solidarity, well, that's not my understanding. Solidarity goes back to the radical theorists of feminist solidarity, back to bell hooks or Angela Davis, even before that, are telling us without reciprocity, there can't be solidarity. So these two really are linked. I'd combine those and turn it into one. Eva, just maybe a brief response from you, if you'd like to. And then I would like to ask Jule to join us for one final round. Let's just do it before we then conclude this evening. Wow, Ute, thank you for so much empathy. I completely agree with you as regards solidarity. I meant to say the same thing, that I felt the fourth thing that is missing really is the reference to nature and liberating nature and preserving the world. And solidarity is not only something that is reciprocal, it's also focused on meaning. Think of young Marx. And I think there may be one part where I don't agree with Rita Segato regarding nature. I would never say that nature was cruel. Maybe it's to do with the translation. There is violence in nature, but there are two things that as humans we do. So we have property and subject and object, and assessing something as waste or not waste that you do not have in nature as such. And I agree with that, says Rita. Yes, and you have to fight and work to make sure that you have something worthwhile growing. I can see even more contradictions or dissimilarities that I'd love to talk about, but let's open this up one more time for a round with our viewers and listeners. Could we have one or two more questions that you think we can handle? Three? Eva would like to have three. Well, in fact, um, the questions that we're seeing submitted here really come down to facts. On the basis of the presentations and the conference itself, we can see that it's also about our very own responsibility, the responsibility every single one of us has, and how we can do justice to this responsibility and what we can do to not feel so powerless. And this powerlessness is also taken up in the question that was asked, because they were asking this powerlessness that we're feeling and we're seeing. Do you think it's going hand in hand with a globalization of pain? So what about this powerlessness? And we also want to know how you can feel this global pain, still be able to act locally and to show empathy and solidarity at a global level and to fight for it. So thank you for that, and more later. Thank you, Julia. Now, well, in the end, we'll also talk about the fact that tomorrow we want to look at the world in more practical terms. Today we were fairly relaxed in that we were able to speak about the theory. So you do not have to find exhaustive answers to these big questions. Eva, would you like to get started? Yes, very happy to do that. Now I'm wondering whether this question regarding the powerlessness, feeling of powerlessness, isn't something that is touching on what Rita talked about with trying to, with the idea of omnipotence. I'm actually astonished that there's even something that can be done given just how miserable the situation is. Now, thinking about revolution and social change, thinking that you just have to flip a switch and be able to turn things around, and being leftist and global, we're very weak currently. And the question is, how can you get organized in such a way everywhere that relationships at Darmstadt change, and how to handle that? Which qualities would have to change so that at a minimum, spaces that can be defended for the struggle can be created, and so that you are able to identify where you reach the limits that you can then work against. So consistently bringing about solidarity, I believe, is the only means against despair. And to truly have hope, you'd need major social movements where all of this comes together. And as for the second question, again, touching on solidarity and positionality, I believe ultimately, well, theory and narrative and knowledge is something that is being brought together at this conference. And as long as you don't directly identify with the pain of the others, you where you would be blurring the differences between you, and where you equip yourself with a mandate to speak on behalf of victims, but rather you need to reconstruct the mutual relationships and the connectedness, interconnectedness, and including our privileges, our privileged suffering, and link it to suffering without privilege. I believe that's the task at hand. And now, to conclude, I believe Rita has already embodied what she is known for, being a radical pluralist. Now, I hope that with the last few words that she'll share with us, she'll also allow us to experience the optimism of her will, and maybe also allow us to hear about empiricism in Latin America. I believe the struggle, the fight is happening along all fronts. Now, I may be a feminist, but first I'm a pluralist. I believe there are different types of verticalism, and within feminism itself, there are different strands, as it were, and that's not something that should be employed as politics. There are different paths, and we will only be able to change the world by means of a social movement. So it is important that societal movements and social movements are differentiated. Societal movements are important as long as they're not territorialized. An example, I've got texts here relating to territorial policies or networking. If you're part of my network, I'll respect you, I'll listen to you. However, there's a certain type of verticalism that you then have to accept. That doesn't lead to results. Now, we've done this for a long time, and the feminist movement too have gotten hung up on that a little bit, and we're colonized to an extent by this phase in politics. And I believe we have to rethink politics. Our political imagination has to be revived, for it is asleep and I'm part of that. I don't have a crystal ball that could tell me how we can manage to do this. But I believe society, thanks to the many diverse solutions it has, will find the path forward. It will have to be a pluralist path forward. And I just recently decided to speak about horizon rather than about utopia, because Marxism is interpreted incorrectly. We keep thinking that the society of the future will have a predefined format of sorts, that we are capable of ignoring the passing of time. We have to be prepared for developments keeping surprises for us. And as I said in my text, the social animal is an animal that can change in a completely unexpected way. And it is this unexpected behavior, this behavior that cannot be predicted, that harbors the hope for the future. And this horizon is wide open. I have no idea what that future might look like, because in order to predict this future or to determine or to define the future, you'd have to be making a mistake that was made before and that has led to failure before. So I believe that this movement of women in the streets has a lot of different characteristics, and I don't have the time to go into the details, but man and woman, that's not just two bodies, that's two histories, two stories, one out in the public in fresh air, and the other story is a story that's been playing out in the kitchen, and I believe the kitchen has been taken to the streets, has been occupying the streets, and that's also what happened among us now. And we now have to analyze this politicization. What characteristics does it have? I've uncovered 5 adjectives. That's not a great number, but thinking about households and their role in politics, we have recognized minorities, we have the universal subject that's been recognized. And although feminists have been saying this for a long time, it's about the white, educated men, heterosexual. We're not really sure. At a minimum, he's has a family. So we've spoken about criticism of regarding this universal subject, but why is it that this minority position is being accepted, being pushed into a corner, being pushed into being part of a minority group that is despised along with other groups? That is what needs to be put to an end. There is no such thing as minorities. There is no such thing as the universal subject. Modern colonialism has invented normalcy. There didn't used to be a normal subject before. And that's what we need to break with. And once we've done that, once we've left behind this dissatisfaction among women, young girls, once all that comes out, also for transgender people, everywhere, wherever we have something feminine, once that minority really comes bursting to the fore, then maybe then the world will change, and then the patriarchal prehistory of humankind can be put an end. Wonderful. Now, that's what we can share with those who, starting tomorrow at 11 o'clock, will speak about repairing, showing solidarity, going into revolution. Let's have them address this, and let's ask them to consider this and what they'll do tomorrow. So I'd like to very much say thank you for your time, for all your energy, for the bonds that we've been allowed to form, and for this wonderful discussion and your input. And don't leave us quite yet. So again, tomorrow at 11 we'll continue. We have another long, really exciting, interesting day ahead of us. And now allow me to say something about myself. I admit I'm a fan of this digital game of coming together that's being offered to us by the organizers. I really fully agree with what Rita said. This two-dimensionality is just really boring me, but I have to admit I really enjoyed myself last night as part of this virtual come together on that platform. And in fact, there's even the possibility to withdraw into a separate corner, to just gossip, to just talk, just to get to know each other, and a way of encountering each other in a different way. So I hope that I'll see all of you soon in the smoker's corner, maybe. So enjoy your evening. Thank you, says Ms. Redeka. Ms. Redeka says, I'd like to thank the interpreters. I would not have been able to follow without them. Ute says, that's true. We have to say thank you for a lot of things, for the translation, for the technical support, for the wonderful comments, for all the opportunities that we've been given here. I too would like to say something, Rita says. I believe it is in fact very sad that a great number of the questions could not be asked. Some of them were very detailed, carefully worded questions, and we should attempt to provide answers. The people have taken a lot of time, and certainly these things are on their minds. So I'd like to invite the organizers of this conference to do something with these questions and to maybe make it possible to answer the questions later on. Thank you.